Well, that's good.
The January 13th, 2024 special city council meeting is called to order. The time is 10:14. Before we begin, council, please put away cell phones. If you've got personal business during the meeting, please move for a recess. As a reminder to all attendees, this meeting is being streamed live. The camera is located directly in the back of the council chambers above the clock. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Sullivan Leonard.
Here.
Councilmember Graham.
Here.
Councilmember Johnson.
Here.
Councilmember Rubio.
Here.
You do have a quorum, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Crafton is absent and excused. Councilmember Velox should be here in about 15 minutes.
Thank you. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, and Lieutenant Lopez, would you lead us?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. The first item of business is approval of the agenda. Are there changes to the agenda? Hearing none, the agenda is approved as presented. We are at public participation. It's a time for members of the public to share their views with the council. This is not a question and answer period or a time for dialogue. Speakers may be referred to administration, or issues raised may be taken under advisement by the council or administration. We have no one signed up. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to come forward and speak at this time? Seeing none, we will close public participation. We have no unfinished business. We have new business. Madam Clerk, please read the item by the title.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Strategic planning plan presentations and committee of the whole.
Is there a motion to enter the committee of the whole?
So moved by Councilman Johnson.
Is there a second?
Seconded by Rubio.
It's been moved by Councilmember Johnson and seconded by Councilmember Rubio to enter the committee of the whole. Is there objection to the motion? Hearing none, we are now in committee of the whole. The time is 10:16. And today we are doing we are reporting the strategic planning for fiscal years 23 through 28. And as mayor, I go first. The city's mission.
Do you want me for you?
Would you please?
Madam Mayor, before you begin your presentation, can I just ask real quickly, is your presentation in joint with the Wasilla budget goals and initiatives that we just passed, or is it separate from what council just passed?
A little bit of both.
Okay, but this is the mayor's vision and goals, pretty much?
Yes.
Okay, thank
Yes.
you.
Okay. The city's mission is to provide optimum service levels to the public as cost-effective as possible to ensure a stable and thriving economy, promote a healthy community, provide a safe environment and a quality lifestyle, and promote maximum citizen participation in government. Our vision statement is the city of Wasilla will be the center of commerce, connectivity, and community. My values: collaboration, teamwork, and partnership. I have worked diligently to build a team of directors and supervisors in this city to work together for the best results to our citizens. Consistency, reliable, to make sure that every department is reliable in producing results. Ingenuity, forward thinking. Wasilla Airport, we move dirt before it frees up. Accountability, responsible, We are still debt-free. We still have, we are safely situated in the money situation. And you'll hear more about that as we go through this presentation. Serving our community. If you will look and compare our snow removal, just one of our services, to Anchorage, you'll know we're doing a great job. Our roads department, our public works department, they're on it with what we do and what our contractors do. We are keeping our community safe, and WPD is able to hit the road when they need to. Sustainability for our future. We look at the growth that we are experiencing, and we try to work with the private, to have private-public partnerships to sustain our growth as we go into the future. Because we have to look down the road. We can't sit on where we're at today, because tomorrow is going to be entirely different. We have to be prepared, and that's what we have been focusing on, is being prepared for the future, and hopefully we can retain our young people. We can give them our services, jobs, and everything till they will come and stay here. Okay, the mayor's goals and strategy. To share a vision, mission, and values with staff, community, and council to bring continuity to the city and the community it serves. To implement annual strategic planning practices for leadership management to develop relationships between departments, employees, community, and council. Our Public Works and Parks Department have, the first time in I don't know how many years, they are working together to clear the sidewalks, to, if Public Works needs help to get out there and clear that road, the Parks Department steps up. They share equipment. Therefore, we're saving money by buying one piece of equipment that both departments can use, because we're all in this together. This is the team that we have put together. Foster leadership and management interdepartmental goals for cohesive objectives to present to council prior to the annual budget process, thereby improving communications and outgrowth. This strategic planning is part of this. It gives council a chance to see where we're at, what we're really thinking, and where we want to go. So that way, when budget comes, they're not caught by surprise. The implementation of new practices to enhance the budget process responsiveness by ensuring departmental visions are in alignment with the city's goals and initiatives. Each department has to do their own budget, and they have to be able to defend that budget. If they need X number of workers, why do you need that? Show not only to the council but to administration, why do you need that? So that's what I have done with the department. I want you to present your budget, be able to defend that budget, not only to me but to the council and to the community. So, developing a culture of collaboration between departments with goals focused on 1, 3, 5, and 10-year goals. You've got to have a plan. You will not move forward if you do not have a plan. And the way Wasilla is growing, we're the fastest growing city in the state. Therefore, we've got to have a plan to continue this growth. We focus on ways to increase economic development and diversification, creating solutions toward modernization of the city's policies and practices.
Madam Mayor,
Yes,
so you talk about the departments having 10-year goals. This is a 5-year goal presentation. Is there a similar document for 10-year goals?
there is not, but we continue to work toward, even though this only presents a 5-year, they have to look beyond the 5 years to keep things rolling, because every year, like this, last year, it was, 22 to 27. This year, or it was 23 to 27, whatever. But anyway, every year, you have another year added on. So therefore, you can't just think that 5-year, you've got to continue to think that forward movement. So that's where the 10-year comes in. Okay, my goals and strategies, citywide initiative that is customer service focused. We are working diligently to rewrite Title 16, which is short-term rentals, it is landscaping, and our work is beginning to pay off. You will see it in other presentations as we go along, where we can show you the difference between last year and this year on how much building is taking place in the city. We are out there talking to the public and assure them, if you've got a problem, call us, come in and see us. Our doors are open. Okay, automate and digitize departmental practices to benefit the customer by offering mobile information, resources, and transaction options. Working with the Matsu Borough, we have done GIS mapping. You can go on their website to the problem reporter, and if it is within the city limits of Wasilla, that will come directly to us. So therefore, we know we've got a problem at wherever, be it Lucille Street, be it wherever. So we can get on that right away. We don't have to wait. And then you can go online, pay your sales tax. You can go to Citizen Serve, get permits. We're trying to make it as easy for our community as possible. Improve the efficiency of public communication channels via person, social media, radio, electronic, and web-based platforms. You can go to our website. It has drop-down menus. You can find out what the Menard Center's doing. You can see when we're having meetings. It's the whole gambit of the city. All you gotta do is go to the city website. They have drop-down menus. It tells you whatever, it'll answer a lot of questions. And if it don't answer the question, it'll tell you where to go to get that question answered. Build services around feedback from the customer, community, and employees to enhance the representation of the city's image. We listen when people have a problem and try our best to get them an answer. Not in a month, but that day. That customer service is number one in our focus on the city. And also, we are training our clerks. Jamie just had a training. So we train them to best serve each department, and therefore that service rolls down to the community. One thing is answering the telephone. I can't tell you, being in the service industry for 40 years, If you pick up that telephone and say, "Wah, wah, wah, wah," you think anybody's gonna listen to you? No. And I have said through all of these clerks, they know, you answer that telephone professionally, and because that builds good communication. You got a disgruntled customer, you can't be disgruntled back to them. So that is what we work on every day. Because disgruntled customers are hard to handle. Anybody that works with the public knows that, but yet you've got to do it.
Hi, Mayor.
Yes.
A couple things here. I noticed on the third bullet there that print media was not included. Is that an intentional, or is that just an oversight? Because
No, it was intentional, because we are going digital. We still do some print, but it is so expensive, and it's not, most people, I'll say 99% of the people go to the web to find out their information. So it was intentional.
I would kind of disagree with your numbers there. I think particularly with the percentage of seniors that we have in our community, the print is still a valuable sort of thing, but I do agree it is expensive. It does have a limited reach, but all of these kind of have a limited reach. It's the combination of them that makes it work, but that's my feedback on that. And then on your second bullet there, you talked about automating and digitizing, and you talked about the problem reporter for the borough.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so you can report to the borough, and then if it's in city limits, it gets kicked back to us. Could we get that added to our city website? Just right here, I mean, we got big things on here. We got elections, meeting portal, pay my utilities, and police that pop straight up. I mean, the police, the pay my utilities, those probably get used quite a bit, but I think that problem reporter would get used more and be more effective if it were automatically on the website when it comes to just food for thought. Thank you.
And
Madam Mayor?
my IT manager's back there shaking his head yes, so.
Yeah, we can do anything.
They're magic.
Could we get that in writing? We can do anything.
Johnson.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize that it was ongoing. And going back to bullet point 3 there, while I understand our no print thing, I think there may be other options that we should be pursuing in terms of better public communication. I mean, one of the ideas that I've put forth in the past is to have one of those new electronic billboards where you can put advertisements up that people can see as they just simply drive by. I know it's probably cost prohibitive in this budget, but it's just another mechanism that we could be forward thinking on as far as getting our information out there to the public.
Mr. Johnson, we'll have to check with code on our sign code to see if we can even do that.
Change our code. We control that.
Okay. It is what it is. So, okay, any more questions? The mayor's goals and strategy. Partner with community organization and leaders to improve and grow vocational education programs for economic resiliency. We have, when Crystal will present, she will tell you about the tech hub that we are involved in. We are involved also with Wasilla High School. We go over to the Job Corps to see what programs they have. If we can, we're looking at doing an apprenticeship program so that we can get qualified workers. Because you've got now, you can't sit back and wait for them to come to you. You have to go out there and you have got to beat the bushes to find them and entice them to come to work for you. And so that is what we are trying to do. We just talked to the director of Matsu College about having apprenticeship programs in accounting and admin, that kind of thing. Because if you get an apprentice, 9 times out of 10, they'll stay with you. So to have, like I say, qualified workers, that's what we're looking at. And then we have, we are working with Palmer and the Matsu Borough to connect our water systems so that we can have resiliency, not only for us, but for Palmer. It works both ways. And don't ask me how it works, I don't know, because you'll have to ask somebody, an engineer, how that's gonna work. Eric can tell you, I can't. So, we align with the comprehensive vision of SED's objectives to provide increased workforce training and promote training diagrams to meet expected workforce needs. Support job training and vocational education programs which focus on employment and emerging occupational trends.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
So, we talk about partnering with the community organizations and leaders. I would like to see some thought given to working with AARS, Nugent's Ranch. They have vocational training down there. The prison has vocational training programs down there, because those are, people that we want to reintegrate successfully into society, and they are going to come back at, entry-level jobs, but, and we certainly have those opportunities available for them. So I would like to see us explore that a little bit more.
Sure.
Thank you.
And Mr. Graham, that'd be a good job for you.
What, go to jail?
To go to jail. And the only program that I know of that Goose Creek has got is the barber program, and we don't need no barber. I am a barber, by the way. So that's the only one I know that they've got, but they also train dogs. I forgot that one. So I don't know what Nugent's Ranch has got, but we can explore those avenues,
I'll speak with the director of Nugent and have him come. chat with us
Absolutely.
someday, And I can also talk with the corrections department and
Sure.
explore things there. So, we have entry-level jobs, and people unwilling to do those jobs, whereas I think people reintegrating into society would be happy to have those jobs.
I agree with you. So, and council, remember, it's not just me, it's all of us. So, I can't be everywhere and all of that. When you have ideas and stuff, you need to come and talk to me, and let's make a plan. Because this city, you guys are as responsible as I am. So, okay, the mayor's goals and strategy. Continue to focus on prevention, mitigation, response, and recovery for continuity of operations and emergency operations. Our EOP and COP is up to date.
Goal 4.
Madam Mayor, are we on a different page here?
Goal 4.
Huh?
Yeah, goal 4.
Oh, I'm on goal 5. I missed one, sorry.
Thank you.
Okay. Support financial policies which focus on fiscal responsibility to provide a sustainable community and economic resiliency. Align fiscal operations concentrated on debt management, infrastructure management, and physical strength. Pursue organizational strategies and investments which support sustainable infrastructure. Identify and pursue resources to address existing capital necessities and deferred maintenance. Number 1 and 2 And as far as the concentration on debt management, we don't have any debt. We are debt-free. So, and the infrastructure maintenance, that is a huge, huge thing that we're looking at. Because the water and wastewater is so far behind, and now we're having to play catch up. Eric's done an excellent job lining out how we're gonna do that. It's gonna cost, but if the way that as fast as we're growing, and we got hotels that want to come in, but they want to be able to flush a toilet and take a shower. They want to have a swimming pool. And right now, we can't do that. So, we have bought property, we are drilling a well, we are getting a water tower built. All of that is up at Sun Mountain to support all of that infrastructure that's coming our way. So, that's where we're at with that. We went to DC, talked with our delegation. We got $5.7 million for the water and wastewater. Governor Dunleavy and Jesse Sumner got us $5 million for the airport. So we keep, we got federal money, and if they pass a bill, and don't ask me what it is, in Congress, we will get $37 million more for our water and wastewater. So we're always looking at grants. We're always, federal delegation. I'm always in communication with them, and as well as our state delegation, and as well as the governor. Because there's all kind of federal money, and as long as that federal money's flowing, I want my share. And we work every day to get our share. Because there's no sense in us sitting back and not working to get our share when everybody else is. And trust me, if it takes me pulling the rug out from under neighboring cities, I will. So you know. But I'll work with them. Okay, we're moving on. Goal 5, maintain and develop partnerships with local organizations, borough, and state to cultivate, maintain, and advance emergency management strategies for sustainability. Like I said, our EOP, which is our Emergency Operations Plan, and our COOP, our COOP, they are up to date. We have been doing tabletop exercises to see where we are as far as safety is concerned when we have an emergency. If we have an emergency, the first place they look at is the Menard Center. Because, even before it's declared, people will show up. And they have dogs, horses, cats, whatever, and we've got to be prepared for all of that. So we work with Casey Cook and the borough all the time, and we practice this because it's no good to have a plan if you don't practice it. So we do practice this. Endorse recruitment for the development and maintenance of the city's safety, security, and training programs while simultaneously supporting emergency and continuity planning operations. And we do that with Casey Cook, like I said, and the borough emergency management. We just had a tabletop exercise 6 weeks ago. So it's amazing what you learn out of those tabletop exercises that you don't think about. And also, I'd like to highlight, we have a PIO, Miss Bethany. She is, one of 5 in the nation?
No, when I graduate with the program, I'll be one of 175 in the nation.
In the nation of PIOs. So we stay on top of this all the time because that windstorm in the 1st of January in 22 taught us some very valuable lessons. So we have looked at all of that and worked every day with that. So yes,
You used a term that I'm not familiar with, POI. What does that stand for?
PIO, Public Information Officer.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, just to tag on to that if I could. So with the position of a PIO, is that person then first person of contact them when an emergency hits? And then is she responsible for getting that information out to the adjoining cities, community, council, et cetera?
Yes, yes. Everything that we put out goes through Bethany. And she will explain to you, she can explain a whole lot better than I can, and she'll explain to you how it falls.
Okay.
Because you cannot have every agency putting out a statement. Because that confuses everybody, including us. We don't know what to do. So, we work with the borough, we work with our departments in the city to make sure we have a clear channel of this is the steps you take, so that we have one message and we have one person putting it out.
Right, and so with, for example, the local emergency planning committee, I believe that's through the Matsu Borough, then do you attend or does Bethany attend?
Bethany attends.
Great, okay, thanks.
Yes.
Good.
Okay?
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
So, on this goal here, does this at all deal with day-to-day operations of public safety, or is this only for, response to?
It deals day to day, because your public safety is day to day. And our roads department got a sharp award from OSHA. NEA and our roads department are the only two in the state that have these awards. And it is a safety award. So we're very, very proud of our roads department. They worked diligently in safety to get this award, to be recognized by OSHA. So it is a day-to-day operation. You can't just say, okay, the 13th, we're having a tabletop exercise, and then in 2 months, oh, we're having another one. What? Okay, that does some good, but you got to practice it daily. And we do that. Each department does that. Okay? Accomplishments. Continued pursuance of revenue opportunities through federal, state, borough, private partnerships and grants to aid and expand city projects resulting in, we had an award of $5.7 million in federal grants for wastewater treatment infrastructure improvements. Award of $70,000 SEDS grant award for development of comprehensive economic development strategy. And our SEDS is approved and complete. We had an award of $762,495 from Federal Aviation Administration Grant Award for planning airport development at the Wasilla Municipal Airport. Our master plan at the airport is 90% complete. And we had an award of $5 million from the state of Alaska for airport expansion project. Groundbreaking for airport expansion project. I'm sure the community's seen, it was in the paper and on TV and everything, and we're so excited about that. We continue the continued project of the downtown train station stop in coordination with the Alaska Railroad and the Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities. Our parking lot is complete, and the train stopped at the Wasilla Depot for the first time on January the 4th. And it was a typical Alaska day. It snowed, it blowed, whatever, but we had a huge turnout. It was great. And I think the Alaska Railroad people was really surprised at the turnout. But what we are planning for that down there is to get a trolley to where when that train stops, they can take passengers off the train, put them on the trolley, take them to the Iditarod Museum, take them to downtown Wasilla, different entities. And then on Fridays, when Palmer has Friday Fling, Palmer will partner with us and we will take the trolley over to Palmer to Friday Fling. But taking them over there, they still see part of Wasilla. That's our main goal. Wasilla is the stop. So, and we plan on moving Wednesday Market over there. Because that way, people up and down the highway can see Wednesday Market. There'll be plenty of parking. I think it will expand the market and draw more people to Wasilla. And that's our goal. Come to Wasilla and spend your money because we live on sales tax. So, anybody got any other questions?
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I don't have a question, but I would like to just note for the record, when you were talking about the airport expansion and how that started moving dirt, that you mentioned, hey, it was in the paper. So
I know it was.
somebody must be reading the paper.
Well, I understand that. I understand that, Stu. I know you want everything in print, but, you know,
Frontiersman's also online, that's where I read it.
I know. See, the Frontiersman is online. So, yeah. And I go to Wassee. I try to go to Wassee every Friday and have lunch with them. They go online. You know? So, anyway, then you'll have that battle until I'm done. And then you can start with somebody else.
I don't think it's a battle, it's just a comment.
So, anyway, this is just a snapshot of what we are doing and trying to do to move this city forward. I will tell you that Wassilla's growth and the community so that we can have a place that our kids can have a job, they can come back, and we will keep growing. Right now, the census says we have 10,000 people. And that's how come we got the MPO, the Metropolitan Planning Organization. And just to mention, I happen to be the chair of that. Because when Wasilla comes to the table, they will have a voice. So, that is my presentation. If you have any questions, please see me after this. My office is always open. Give me a call. Thank you. Okay, Public Works. Eric, you are up.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Council. I have 5 slides, and we're going to kind of talk about some achievements as we go through the goals. I realize that we're kind of slipping from my time slot, but that's not a problem. We'll get through this together. So our vision statement within Public Works is to provide safe, reliable, efficient infrastructure for the City of Wasilla businesses, residents, and the broader Mat-Su community. I say broader Mat-Su community because we kind of live in 2 worlds where we focus on the city residents, but we know that we are supporting the whole borough. We're the center of commerce. Our bulk water station supplies folks in Willow. So people make that trek because of our services and our infrastructure. And so it's important for us to understand that while maybe our internal city population is growing slowly, the broader region of the Mat-Su that uses us daily is exploding. And so we have to think regionally as we are positioning ourselves to to maintain the position of economic dominance in the valley. I want to highlight too this screenshot. What you're looking at is that problem reporter console that my staff and I see. And so when someone puts in a work request or notifies us of an issue, we're alerted immediately. And you can see, this is from yesterday, we have no open work requests because we've addressed all of our notifications. And what's really neat about this system is that if the person submitting the work request is willing to put their contact information in, they are updated automatically when we are able to respond. We're able to give detailed responses, and the public is better served by knowing that we're out there and we're listening and we're making improvements or responding to whatever they've been alerting us to. Our first goal is to support growth within the city limits and the surrounding area with resilient, redundant infrastructure. This requires critical infrastructure expansions, upgrades, replacements, and increased connectivity. So the strategy to do this really revolves around building capacity and staff and new infrastructure to replace aging systems and support growth. I use the analogy that we're trying to fly a plane and replace engines at the same time. And someone said to me, well, engines can fly with a plane, planes can fly with an engine missing, but the difficulty is getting the technician out on the wing. So not only are we trying to replace engines, now we're trying to extend the fuselage while we fly. So it's extremely complicated, and it's going to require that we have even more redundancy than we're used to, both in infrastructure and in human capital. Our system is very labor intensive. It's running on failure modes right now. And so we also have within our utility system, we have several subject matter experts that are very close to retiring. And so that data would be lost forever if we don't have a succession plan that realizes both their value and their just extreme knowledge of the system, but also how long it takes to build that. And so we have to have a redundant system as well as redundant workforce. One of the goals for this strategic meeting is to give the council a purview into the inner workings and also prepare. I'm going to be coming during this next budget cycle with a substantial ask for additional positions within water and wastewater, possibly up to 3 in each division, because of the failure modes that we're seeing in our system and the idea that we are not able to do any preventive maintenance. We run from fire to fire, and that is not sustainable in any system, but it's also even worse when the system's expected to expand. Another issue that we're working through is the obsolescence of the rates for our utilities. They have not been updated since 2014. And when there's not enough pressure given for replacement, the books look like it's solvent, but when you bring in the depreciation of the assets, we have a lot of catching up to do to be able to afford these replacements, let alone expansion. Timeline-wise, staffing is an immediate request. We're going to be working through how that structure would look as we bring the budget forward, and then the rates structure and process would be as we proceed with budget planning. And I'm just going to jump ahead to some of the successes we've had so far with this goal. So the image on the left is some mapping that we have coordinated with the fire department on. So this is the red and the green dots that you see are the city's fire hydrants. Extremely important for life and safety, extremely important for affordable insurance. These need to be inspected and tested yearly. We have almost 500 fire hydrants. So this is a good example of the workload for a water tech to manage, test, repair, inspect 500 fire hydrants. The fire department has been graciously supporting us in that, and they're having staffing issues. And it also is a process that tends to bring up water quality issues. And so we'll be working with the fire department to transition away from their limited crews doing some of the testing and us taking it back as it is our system there's also, associated with all of these fire hydrants are multiple valves that should be tested, should be cleaned, and should be inspected on a regular interval that we have not been able to provide at this point. Did you have a question, Mr.?
Sorry, I apologize, Eric, that I missed page 13 here. Could you, if you haven't already, give a little bit of input as to the utility rates that you state are obsolete from 2014? And kind of what is the plan going forward on that?
Yeah, so there's really two options for rate studies. There's hiring a consultant for $100,000, and they run through your books and work with your financial department and look at your revenue and costs, and they give you a document that tends to shock the system, and then it comes down to scary decisions with cost increases, and then there's no foresight into the future. The new systems look at management programs that still upload all the same data but give you the opportunity to work with replacement costs. So you can add in your CIP plans and modify it as necessary to see how that affects your bottom line. So it's a very dynamic rate planning program that gives yearly feedback or quarterly feedback, whatever the council or decision body needs to understand the enterprise asset management that's required for such a large system. So you add in your multiple utility user classes, you add in your expenses and your labor rates, and then you add in your best forecasts for CPI increases and known cost increases. In that example, especially on the sewer side, we know that we use so many sewer pumps per year, and there's a bit of a cost escalation there. You can really get down into forecasting the cost ramifications when you lose a supplier for pumps, or when, as we saw with the supply chain and COVID, when pumps quadruple in price. And so you don't have to go out for another study. You have the framework you need to continue to update your revenue sources and your expenses and understand the state of the financial system at that point.
Madam Mayor, just to follow up on that if I could. So you would possibly do an evaluation yearly on this, and then rates would either increase or decrease based on your capital improvement projects, CPI, or extents of whatever projects you're working on. How does that apply then to kind of sustainability or kind of confidence of the consumer who may not want to be seeing the rates going up and down based on that?
Yeah, so it's definitely useful for having the most up-to-date information. And then, of course, the council controls the rates, and so it allows for the council to see forecasts. So if financially an extreme rate increase may be founded, but politically it's not supported, that can be forecast, and immediately you can see if the numbers are saying some crazy increase, I'm going to throw 15% out there, that's not politically stomachable. Then what happens if we spread it over an amount of time, and then you can see how that affects the balance for capital improvement projects, or the payback on that. So it takes what a regular rate study looks at statically and makes it dynamic so that data-driven decisions can be made.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
So a new paradigm is what you're really saying is a twofold issue there. One is you're trying to have a new tool that you use internally to actually forecast your costs based on basic history, as well as then the new paradigm would also then roll out new rates to the consumer, that we can have a more equitable and forecasted balance of our budget. Is that correct? What you mean by new paradigm?
That is correct. And it would remain top of mind versus sporadic, if you will. Regular funded increases, regular increases that are based on revenues and expenses are far more palatable than large shocks to the system. So a yearly review is far more reasonable for the public that uses our facilities. So back to the figures that I included. So the fire hydrants are just a really great example of working with the borough, leveraging the new mapping technologies, learning about our system. The way the colors on those icons are organized right now is green has been inspected, the most recent, and red is probably due for an inspection. But there's also extra data in there. We know what size fire hydrant it is, we know what brand it is, and we also know what pressures are there. So it's a really interesting facility map. So you can see, I can dive into pressures within pressure zones. The fire department knows if they have extremely high pressures or if they're working with lower pressure hydrant. It's a wealth of knowledge. The photo on the right is our spruce well tower. This is when our contractor was responding to an emergency situation where the main well pump died. This is just a visual representation of the vulnerability that we still have with our water system, where we do not have a diversified water system. We rely very heavily on the spruce well system. That water tank is what we've been talking about for many meetings about the FEMA support. The insulation was blown off of it 3 Januaries ago, and we've since painted the outside. It has new insulation on it. We have a new backup well there as well. We have a brand new well pump in the main well, but there is no way for us to take that tank offline right now. So it's 40 years old. It has coatings on the inside as well, and there's literally no way to isolate that tank. And so the original design had envisioned a twin tank right next to it, and that would give us redundancy both in water storage, but also I can take one piece of critical infrastructure offline, maintain it properly. And so this is where like master plans the rubber meets the road. So the idea that we needed a second tank was always known, but what is the gate that moves us into that next project? And so these are really important discussions to have because we're regulated by DEC and EPA, so they ask questions and we keep them informed, and they're looking out for the general public health and stability. But we also learn a lot as we give them tours. So there's a new DEC water person that we brought by, and we were talking about water usage, and that during the summer months when everyone's irrigating, that tank will empty and refill once each day. That's 1 million gallons. We go through 1 million gallons of water every day. Right now, in the dead of winter, we estimate that we're using over 800,000 gallons per day. So, if we've had expansion for the last 2 years and extremely wet summers with almost no irrigation, the next summer that we have that's normal and dry, we will probably exceed our water capacity. And that's this kind of sleeping giant that has come about with me learning the system, but also just seasonal weather. So those are things that we have to keep planning for as we know that we're growing and as we use forecast tools to see how our system's doing. There's going to be hidden things that come forward. So that's just something that I wanted the council to know. We're always looking at our capacity and we're working with the fire marshal, but we also have things that are outside our control, the amount of snow we get, the amount of rain we get, and those oscillations can be hidden sometimes.
Madam Mayor,
Mr. Johnson.
do we have code in place so that the city could impose a watering ban in a dry summer, or do we have no mechanism legally to do so?
Excellent question. We do have ways of throttling back usage. That'll be programmatically difficult, and it will be very difficult for the community. Right? We have businesses that rely on us, and we want to make sure that we have the water that we need for fire safety and for people's usage. But if I have to go and turn off high water users that are not for life and safety, that's going to bring some substantial political ramifications from that.
Follow-on question. So I understand that that your plan right now is to mitigate that by turning off users, but my question was, do we have a procedure in place that we could do things like put out watering bans with code violations for those people who would be watering lawns or gardens or whatever within the city to actually constrain our water usage?
I will have to look into that, Mr. Johnson. I don't know the answer. All right, I'm going to move on to goal number 2. Goal number 2 is to provide excellent customer service to Public Works customers. So we want to reduce our process complexity by doing internal audits, having better work orders, and streamlining our processes. We review all of the programs that we use, and we look for ways to save time and resources, but collect the data that we need to make data-driven decisions. And so we're working on this consistently and constantly, and we're all looking for new programs or systems that we should use, or looking at processes that maybe we don't need to focus on quite so much, so that we can streamline it for the customer's benefit. Some of our accomplishments, the map that you see is a project, it's a pilot project we've been working on, where we have taken the paper and Mylar drawings, some digital as well, of our systems, and have stitched them onto a GIS map so that technicians can geolocate where they are, and then they know what infrastructure map they need to look at for that facility. So the way this works, and I'd be happy to show you during a break, you zoom in on the map and you click on the drawing, it aligns almost perfectly with the lay of the earth, and you can see the water lines and the sewer lines, and the valves and the rest of the infrastructure, and then you move into that exact drawing in a drawing set, and you can move back and forth and see that. And so this is an internal product at the moment, but it's something that lends us to new employees being more effective faster. And so the graph that you see next to that are the number of utility locates that we performed last year. So 948 utility locates. And so this is an example of the workload for my water and sewer staff. These are the same people that are responding to an overflowing sewer or a water line break. They're out performing on average, almost 3 locates a day. You can see there's spikes in the spring, but it is a tremendous workload. And it is something that we have a deadline for. When you call the 811 dial before you dig, you are guaranteed that we will respond. And there's a fee for emergency responses, but we have a deadline to get this done. And so this is the expectations on our technicians to be in 2 places at once. And so there's a huge capacity that we need to fill to maintain the response time that we're expected to have for new or expanded developments. And so having the right data in their fingertips makes them more efficient. But just the call volume has increased substantially as the borough continues to grow, and as we have quite a bit of infrastructure that's outside the city limits, especially on the water side, heading down towards the ranch. And then just to highlight some of the data that we can collect, just the labor time associated with those activities can be attributed to about $27,000. So almost 400 hours of technician work with a labor rate of close to 30,000. And so we're highlighting here the work that we're doing to support commercial development expansion within the city, and then the pressures on the knowledgeable staff that know where all of our infrastructure lies as we try to make it affordable and efficient for new users or modifications to our system.
Madam Mayor.
Mr. Graham.
Thank you. So you're saying these locates are essentially putting a strain on the system where your technicians essentially have other things to do. Do you look every year at contracting this out versus doing it in-house? I mean, there are companies out there that do this every day. Do we look at that so that we can use our technicians for more productive things as opposed to, I mean, these are actually pretty routine, particularly with the GIS mapping that you've got now. I mean, one of these locate companies can come out and do that, much like they do for some of the other utilities.
Thank you for that question. I'm not aware of companies that locate other people's infrastructure. So when MEA is providing locates, it is their technicians with their data. There's possibly a point where we have our data mapped and identified well enough that it could be an external entity, but telecom companies will only locate their utilities. So they take a lot of risk, actually. So if you're off on your location and someone hits your gas main or your fiber optic line, they don't have to pay for that. And so it's very, it's a high liability to have someone who doesn't have a vested interest in the safety of the system locate your infrastructure. At this point, I couldn't turn it over to anyone else because we're still working off of historical knowledge. Until the mapping project was started, there was really only one technician who knew how to navigate the folders to understand where our systems were. So it was very position specific to have success with.
Madam Mayor?
Before you begin, Mr. Johnson, to the council, when you're not speaking, please turn your mic off.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
So, what I understand then from this drawing is that you've got a project going on to take your current paper and Mylar and move them to digital. Okay, and you're doing that internally, or are we doing that through a contracting company?
We have a technological company called eTerra that is helping us with that. We did most of the scanning, and they have taken that data and have overlaid it on the map.
Okay, so we're contracting that out, and then we're updating that as we do the surveys. Is that the way I understand?
Correct.
So then these particular maps will be available online to anybody, including the consumer? Is that just like the borough drawings?
The specificity of these drawings it's probably not strategic security-wise to do that. We definitely want to provide a forward-facing map that allows consumers to know what facilities are available at their properties. We start to get into the infrastructure risk of misuse if we give too much data on site, but we will have a low resolution map that explains, if a property already has water service or if it does not, to the public, as much as we do with like planning documents, so you know what the zoning is of your property. Moving on to goal 3. So we kind of talked about this a little bit already, but we're really striving to utilize the enterprise asset management program to modernize city infrastructure. And so what that does is it's a continuum, and on one end is the data that's needed for the directors, such as the city council, to understand the magnitude of the infrastructure, to understand what we have both in size and value, and its renewal rate. How quickly do we need to replace or update? And on the other end is the granular data collection from our work orders, for instance. And then as we quantify and map what we have for infrastructure, how many lane miles of road do we plow? How many walking miles of sidewalks do we have? How many miles of mainline sewer do we have? Water, all of that that we then can amortize out basically and say, we know that this system is this old and it has this lifespan to it. It must be replaced. The city will be here forever. So we can make those long-term decisions based on our current and projected infrastructure. But you don't have the data if you can't intricately map it. And then we still use that framework to provide efficient and responsive operations. So our strategy is to utilize several existing and new programs to maintain records and assets, to build our portfolio. We're using MaintainX, which we saw some data from. We're using GIS data. And we're digitizing those internal records that we talked about. So our goal is to provide a comprehensive capital improvement program that allows the council to see the current state of existing infrastructure and then make data-driven decisions on desires for expansion or whatever the future holds. A couple more slides to talk about goal 3. So the map that you see on this page is highlighting majority of our septic tanks in the city. And so we haven't subdivided these yet into commercial and residential. That's something that's very important to us. Target has an enormous septic tank, so it's far different to replace than a typical home. What you can see in that map right now is the location of the septic tanks that we are responsible for pumping. And then down in the lower right-hand corner is the sewer treatment plant. So we have a backlog right now of tanks that have solids that have collected that we cannot pump, and so we have to defer that to private haulers that take it to Anchorage. And so that puts us at constant risk that Anchorage decides that they can't or won't take our solids anymore. And this is a valley-wide problem because everyone that lives in the borough who has their septic tank pumped is already paying that hauler to take it to Anchorage. So if that were to change, the whole valley would be in quite a pickle, but so would the city. We don't have the capacity for our tanks alone, and so we'd be right up there with the rest of our neighbors and those providers that have to figure out a plan.
Madam Mayor?
Colleen?
Eric, are you part of the Metsuboro Sewer Wastewater Committee that they've had for a long time? Archie used to be on that particular committee, and I know for many years they've been talking about building the water sewer system for the borough. I know Helen Munoz from many years has worked on that diligently for more than 20 years. Have they made any progress? Because I know in Anchorage, they're kind of tired of Wasilla bringing their stuff in to town, but I mean, the necessity is that we need to build it out here. So are we at a point that they're making progress on that?
Yeah, thank you for that question. To answer your first question, I'm not on the board, but my deputy, Robert Walden, is.
Oh.
He attends the meetings and he holds a leadership position in it. Have they made any progress? No. My understanding is that there had been a plan that was going to co-locate that septic facility, is what it's called, at the Matsu landfill.
Right.
And that was extremely close to happening, and then it was killed politically for some reason. As an outsider, I don't know why, but it's basically dead. And so we're situated, as we already know that we're over capacity for septage, to decide if that's something that we take on. We would definitely need to build in capacity for ourselves.
Yeah.
We still need to do that. Is this a time where we build in the capacity to be the facility? There is value in pursuing that. It's a commodity that can be leveraged into a new form of energy. There's a digestion that creates methane that can be used, and so that's very common down south. But we're not making any. We need to do a master plan before we decide we want to do that. There's a master plan that was done 15, 20 years ago through the borough that talked about how large the system needed to be. But the real risk is that Anchorage relies on us right now, so it's a revenue source for them. Those septic haulers have to pay to AWU, and the risk is that EPA makes a decision that makes Anchorage ineligible to receive our waste. And so Anchorage's, I don't know if anyone's done any research in Anchorage's treatment system. It's a primary treatment, and so what they do is they use detention time and they use clarifiers, and so the untreated waste enters the facility, and they add air to it, and then they let the bacteria do what they're designed to do and eat the nutrients, and then they let that settle out, and then they add a bunch of chlorine. And that chlorine is pumped in at the end of the system so they don't kill the bacteria that they need in the clarifiers. And then it is pumped down a very long tunnel out into Cook Inlet. And as you know, Cook Inlet flows all the time, and it's very silty, and it's very hard to see anything, and there's really nothing, there's no plants alive in the bottom of Cook Inlet because of all the silt. But because of the beluga whales and salmon, it is possible that the EPA will come back and say, that's not good enough. And so they're looking at $1 billion and a half upgrade. And during that permitting process, the EPA can also say, we don't like the idea of you taking some other communities' sewage. Or Anchorage says, we can't afford to build the facility big enough to take the Matsu Borough's sewage. Or if we do, it'll be extremely expensive. And so there's these dominoes that are just waiting to fall that we're at extreme risk for, because we have no control basically over the permitting side for AWU. And so it's not something I hope keeps you awake at night, but it is something that we need to continue to formulate a plan for as we plan to divest ourselves of leaning on Anchorage quite so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Madam Mayor?
Colleen, I can tell you with conversations with the borough, they are not interested in a sewer treatment plant. Their opinion is they take our trash, you deal with your own sewer. Nikki.
And Mayor to Eric. Eric, I know a lot of residents are on city water, but not sewer. Where do we provide sewer service? Is it pretty much just downtown, or is there subdivisions that have sewer service, or?
Yeah, so if we look at that map, you can see that most of Lake Lucille is surrounded by sewer service, and then the downtown core, and then I would say we don't go up Lucille very far, and then it's along the Parks Highway where the rest of our commercial are. So we provide probably about 2/3 commercial sewer and 1/3 home sewer.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. And we've talked about a little bit before with the tank replacements, but I believe that the initial sewer system started because of water quality impacts on Lake Lucille and Wasilla Lake. And so with the small size of the parcels and failing leach fields, we started to collect sewage from those homes so that it didn't go into those lakes anymore through failed systems. And then most commercial facilities need enough water that they're also close enough for sewer connections that they ask for both. It's pretty rare for us to have a water service to a commercial entity that also provides.
Thank you.
And the last two things I want to point out on this graph is because of the data collection that we have within our MaintainX work orders, that graph that you see, it looks kind of like a heartbeat, is the daily flow into our sewer treatment plant. And so we're oscillating up and down depending on seasons and holidays, and I also think we see a bit of a downward trend, but I think that's probably because of infiltration with the wet season that we're coming off of. We had a pretty wet year in the beginning of the year. We, like every sewer system, we suffer from leaks that let water into the system, and so we'll see surges with storms and surges with rainier seasons. And the last photo I wanted to show you was the red and green map down there. That is the brand new water lift station at the Richmond Hills Booster Station. There are 6 pumps there, and so you can see that the 3rd pump is operating because it's green. And so that was commissioned on Friday, and it's a very important expansion to our water system. It's a redundant system, and it provides better pressure control and flow control for the Lowe's shopping area and Walmart and the rest of the water customers downstream of that. So we're very excited to have that come online. That was a 2-year project. These projects are extremely long-lived because of the technology and the pumps and the, I guess the supply chain issues that seem to be here to stay. But we have some redundancy there now, and so we're going to continue to work towards providing the resiliency that we need. That's the end of my presentation.
Mr. Graham.
Thank you. So, Eric, during your presentation on slide 13, you talked about $100,000 for a consultant for utility rates, and then on slide 17, you talk about $100,000 a year for consultants. Are these two different consultants? Is it $200,000, you know, for whatever year we do the utility rate study, or is this $100,000 you mentioned on slide 17, does that include the water rate analysis consultant?
The CIP budget that we'll bring to you will be more descriptive. This is talking about capacity that we don't have in-house right now to build out the rest of these structures. So, for instance, the project that started this mapping, this is just a pilot project. So the consultant costs would be associated with building this out completely. We have a workflow for it, and we understand how we can use it now. So the consultant costs in this are just getting our framework started, and I'll have more specific projects for you in that CIP. It's just to give you an idea on the magnitude. It's not $1 million in consultant work, but it's not $10,000. So it's just a rough order of magnitude for your understanding.
I think you may have missed the question. Are we talking about two different pots of money for consultants here, or?
Correct, yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Eric? Thank you, Eric.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, Public Safety, Lieutenant Lopez.
Good morning. And I've got a handout here. So I've made a couple of changes, and I've tried to frame some different statistics more accurately from what was originally input into the presentation, and so that's what this handout looks like.
Thanks, sir.
Madam Mayor, would you like me to proceed?
Yes.
Okay. So, firstly, what I'd like to do is, this is my first opportunity to speak to the City Council. So I thought I'd just take a minute and introduce myself and explain how I came to be here today. So my name is Mike Lopez. I've been with the Wasilla Police Department for about 10 years. I am the patrol lieutenant. So with our task organization, we have 2 lieutenants that report to Chief Rapson. The patrol lieutenant and the operations lieutenant. My background, I'm from Boston, Mass. I've been here in Alaska for the better part of 13 years. I have a degree in criminal justice with a minor in criminology. I'm still trying to figure out why people commit crimes, but if I figure that out, I'll let you know. I'm a member of the National Guard, and I'm very happy to have the opportunity to speak with you guys today. For my presentation, I might ask that you hold your questions to the end. I've got an opportunity to ask questions. I'm going to reference the handout towards the end when I come to statistics to address specifically some of the future initiatives that I'm going to sort of propose here. I've had a short amount of time to develop the presentation for my framing for you guys. I recognize that The specific initiatives in a list has been omitted, so I'm going to provide those to you early on. And then I'm going to speak about each of those initiatives, and then I'm going to talk about some what I will call short-term goals, and then some long-term goals to kind of frame the 2023 to 2028 framing of this presentation as far as situational awareness and forward thinking. So that's kind of how I'm going to frame the presentation. So without further ado, the vision statement of the Wasilla Police Department. In cooperation with the community we serve, we, the Wasilla Police Department, will engage with our community through exemplary service and unparalleled professionalism while employing a staff that reflects the growth and diversity of our community. We are committed to implementing the latest technology, community service, personnel development, and innovation to meet our mission. Before I go any further, what I'd like to do is the specific strategic priorities that I'm going to address today, recruitment and retention, our staff and how we fill our staff, community partnerships, community engagement efforts and outreach, and an emphasis on technology. Following those subcomponents, again, I'll speak to short-term goals, long-term goals, and then some proposals and ideas, and looking at the financial component of those ideas. So, I can't talk about the future without talking about some of our most recent accomplishments. So I'm just going to highlight on some accomplishments that we've achieved here within 2023. One of the things before the City Council right now is the addition or the acceptance of a JAG grant, which allows Wasilla Police Department to provide a task force officer to the localized Matsu narcotics team, which is managed by the Alaska State Troopers. We're going to use that recurring JAG grant to add a position to the department to backfill our needs within patrol, while still augmenting the state's effort at a higher scale to provide much needed I'll say, efforts towards addressing drugs within our community. Probably a nice way of framing that. We have added or transitioned a position which was historically a temporary or a part-time position to a full-time position in our investigations department. So currently, because of a current vacancy, we have 2 personnel in that department right now. We have a supervisor and a single full-time investigator, and then we're currently hiring internally for a second full-time investigator. We have only had 2 investigators in that department in the 10 years that I've been with the department, so this is much needed growth. This year, we regrettably had to pull school resource officers from the outside of the City of Wasilla schools for the support of that program. We currently have all 3 school resource officers working, and they are in the Houston schools, the Reddington schools, and of course here in the Wasilla schools. We have 3 Wasilla police officers that fill those roles. Another major accomplishment, we were able this year to fill every single staff vacancy within the police department. In the last couple weeks, we had somebody depart from the department, and so we're back to having 2 vacancies. And then we'll have an anticipated 3rd vacancy in May with an anticipated retirement, but we're working hard to fill those 2 existing vacancies. In that time, we've hired 6 employees in the last year. 4 of those employees through Chief Rapson's very aggressive initiative for hiring lateral hires. Extreme cost savings for the department. We're able to turn around a new employee in significantly less time using laterals. And then we're able to have that sort of police effort return on investment more quickly versus the normal new hire training rate, which would be almost a 9-month period to get somebody from new hire to on the road and working independently and alone. So with that, the lateral hires, we bring in 45 years of experience to to the department. We've hired, we were able to pull an officer from Anchorage Police Department and two officers from Palmer Police Department. And then we also have 2 new hires. One is currently in our training process. We are currently the host for the Wasilla, for the Matsu Explorers program. So that group is young adults that are interested in law enforcement as a career. It's part of our community outreach. We host that at the Wasilla Police Department. They meet every other week about that frequency. And that's an opportunity for us to engage with our youth and then also to frame future interest in the career and professionalism of law enforcement. Chief Rapson and our department has put a lot of effort into crisis intervention training. I'm actually wearing the pin, and I'm a recent graduate of our most recent academy. We have 2 officers on staff that are trained as or certified as trainers for the crisis intervention program. For them specifically, we've hosted 1 academy this year, and then we have another planned for later in the spring. Chief Rapson's ultimate goal here is to have every single officer at the police department CIT trained. And what that is it's a supportive approach to law enforcement. It utilizes, it's trying to keep people out of the criminal justice system, recognizing mental health component that we often face with our consumers. And so it's a better way for us to do business and is important moving forward. And so that's why there's so much emphasis on that program. This year we were able to access Department of Transportation funding by way of a grant, and we used that grant money to support traffic safety overtime opportunities for our officers in the Camp Goose Bay traffic safety corridor while that large expansion project was going on. So that's a great opportunity for community outreach. Wasilla police officers outside of the city conducting traffic enforcement in a dangerous stretch of road obviously has a significant impact and is beneficial internally for us. So we've put a lot of emphasis on traffic enforcement, citing the DOT grant. We've worked to sort of rebrand the Wasilla Police Department with the new police department facility, our vehicles. We're working to use that rebranding, as you'll hear sort of in the some of the other directorates will identify the need to grow and develop our image. And that will impact our recruitment and retention, which I'll speak about. Lastly, I'm going to talk about some tech updates. I'll highlight some others later on in the presentation, but we recently contracted with 2 separate companies to do digital management of our standard operating procedures that will give us as a command staff the ability to make immediate changes to policies and procedures to better manage the way that we do business and how we provide a service to the community. That'll also help us with staffing and managing the requirements for staffing in alignment with the union contract. Additionally, for major highlights, we transitioned this year from the Panasonic Toughbook to the Dell Latitude mobile data terminals. That's what MDT is, with cellular connection. That has been extremely helpful for us. It improves our interconnectedness with our vehicles specifically. So faster speeds, better processes, but while officers are out on the roads, we utilize 2 very specific components that make us safe. One of those is computer-aided dispatch, which is as information is coming into the dispatch center, that information is real time for us in the vehicle in a timeline narrative, so we can see immediate comments. It allows us GPS location services, so our dispatchers can see exactly where our vehicles are at any given time. That allows them to better manage our dispatch so they can appropriately assess what officer is closest to this issue to reduce response time. So all of those things have been very helpful for us. We've also added 2 unmanned aerial drones. You might have seen those if you attended the fireworks show this year. We used that for some oversight and security. But we've incorporated 2 drones into our normal processes, and that's been hugely impactful and positive for us. The first drone has the capability of having infrared, so that allows us to see at night. That's been amazing for a few high stress incidents where people have fled vehicles. We're able to track them, find them in the snow, and that's been hugely successful for us. We also have certified 3 commercial pilots to operate those drones to make sure that we're falling in line with FAA regulations and legal considerations regarding the use of those drones. So looking at the strategic vision moving forward, I'm going to focus on recruitment and retention. As far as current strategies, competitive pay and benefits package is extremely important. We've put a lot of effort into our lateral hire initiative. I cited already why that's beneficial for us. We've worked at the rebrand and re-image of WPD to become known as the premier law enforcement agency in the Valley. And I think that we've really achieved that. We're also looking to expand our recruitment outreach. So we've used NeoGov, and that capability gives us national searchability. So if you're looking for law enforcement jobs at anywhere in the country, through NeoGov gives you the opportunity to see those positions that we have open, and it doesn't rely solely on a regional outreach. We've also expanded our efforts, obviously the importance of print media, website, social media, outreach, advertising, all of those efforts to try to get our name out there and our positions that are available out there. We're also highlighting that we have access to premium equipment. I talked about some of the technical or the technology components that we have. We're the only law enforcement department in the Valley that uses computer-aided dispatch in our vehicles. So the 2 other agencies here that I would highlight most would be Palmer Police Department and the Alaska State Troopers. Neither of those agencies have that capability. We've also transitioned our firearm fleet. We went away from Glock and we've transitioned to the FN firearm. We've included red dot sights, which make us safer. There's a number of studies to support that transition. We've also transitioned from the 40 caliber bullet around to the 9mm. That gives us cost savings. There's other shooting statistics that support that transition. I'd like to see for recruitment the return of the Wasilla Reserve Officer Program. So historically we had a reserve program. That was great for us because it allows us to try the shoe on before we buy it kind of thing, right? So we have an opportunity to train people that are interested in the profession, see that they're going to work out, and then employ them. It's a high ask for time for us to build that program, staff it, manage it, but it has great yield. Several of our current employees are products of that very program, so that's been important for us. And then I already cited the Explorer program and how that benefits us. So for retention, we're at a point within our department where we're transitioning from, or what I'm seeing is we're transitioning through the retirement system. So I'll cite later in a separate slide. So we have 4 anticipated retirements coming up that I would say within the next 4 years if I were to make those predictions. And of those 4 retirements, we're looking at almost 100 years of police experience that we're going to lose when those officers retire. 3 of those are Tier 3 personnel, and then the last remaining is a Tier 4 person. So again, competitive pay and benefits that entices people to the Wasilla Police Department. Our lateral initiative has been very positive for us. And then we're also, with the most recent contract negotiation, have included some education incentives because that's also very important to highlight and bring on the best candidates into the department. One of the things that both brings people to the department and keeps people at the department is the opportunity to diversify within the field. increased availability of special assignments. That's why people become police officers. They don't want to be a patrol officer for 25 years. Realistically, that's not enticing, it's taxing, and there's a lot of diversity. So compared to the health field, there's geriatrics, there's emergency care, there's inpatient, outpatient opportunities. Law enforcement is no different. So every one of our officers really is interested in something beyond patrol, right? That's the framework and the foundation that we all build off of. But then as we gain education, experience, and skills, we want to employ those to best serve the community. And how we do that, our K-9 program, so we're looking to add a second K-9 in the future. We are coming up on the life cycle of our existing K-9 Echo. So she's 7 years old right now, and so we're looking at how much more time can she safely work. And so we're looking at right now a replacement for her. And during that time, we would have a transitional period where we have 2 K-9s, and we'd like to see that stay moving forward. We're adding the task force position with the Matsu. That will be hugely beneficial for us for any number of reasons, and will have direct impacts on the drug subculture of the community and specifically the city. So that will be huge for us. This is a return. We previously had this assignment, but we have not had someone in that position for over 10 years. So this is going to be great for us. There's other varied opportunities that we provide. CERT, Special Emergency Response Team, we have 1 officer that is assigned to that position. And then we have school resource officer positions right now, 3, and then looking to expand that program. Increased frequency and access to training. So we've put a lot of effort into training our officers to be instructors. And what that does for us as a department and as the city is it's beneficial for us because it brings subject matter expertise to those specialized fields. But it also has cost savings in that we are spending less money to push people out for training, right? Alaska has limited professional development by way of access to new and incoming fields within law enforcement, but by us sending people out for those trainer certifications, we can utilize that in-house, and then that saves money. We've also incorporated a mentorship program and a wellness program within the department to try to counter some of the effects of long-term law enforcement. So looking at community partnerships, we have harnessed and focused on, and I've just highlighted a couple here. Matsu Health Foundation, that has been hugely beneficial for us. They have supported us with crisis intervention training. We're working hand in hand with them for that. I would estimate that we're at about 70% of our staff has the certification as being CIT trained, and we're working towards that 100% metric to CIT instructors. So we're hosting that second academy in the spring. The mobile crisis team, I think you guys have all probably heard about that. So the mobile crisis team, they have a facility located on Broadview Street behind the Grandview Inn. That has been a game changer for us. That allows us to, so the mobile crisis team, if you're not aware, just a small informational for them, I would say, so they operate off the Crisis Now model. They have the capability to non-emergently respond in support of Wasilla Police's requests, and they provide a peer, so a member of the community that has had problems with law enforcement, drug problems, and they're either in recovery, so they bring the ability to connect with somebody that is in crisis and really de-escalate situations. And then they also respond with a mental health professional. That's either some type of licensed clinician. They have psychologists. They have licensed counselors, and they will respond in that 2-person pair, but you always get a licensed clinician and a peer. And they are taking the law enforcement component out of non-criminal activities. So the homeless that we see on the streets or the unhoused, this is one way that we're able to deal with those. A lot of the circumstances that those people face are homelessness could be considered crisis, drug use, other problems. All of those allow us a secondary connection to engage with that populace and give them expanded services. The MCT allows for immediate same-day drug recovery. So if you go to their facility that day, they can start your recovery process for drug addiction specifically. That's hugely beneficial for that subcomponent that historically has been a significant challenge nationally and in our greater community, the access to that immediate resource. And so this addresses that specifically. We've also partnered with the Drug Endangered Children National Alliance. So this is an MDT, so a multidisciplinary team here in the Valley that specifically addresses drugs and how they impact our youth. So our officers act and submit reports to the multidisciplinary team, and this allows non-law enforcement interdiction and support by way of a number of different teams that are counselors. They have opportunities specific to if you have tribal affiliation. Am I out of time? So that's another initiative that we partner with, as well as the Kinnikin-Chickalin Tribes and the Department of Justice Missing and Murdered Indigenous Persons Task Force. So we routinely meet with them to address that very specific need as well. So I'm gonna highlight a couple of current and recurring initiatives. Obviously, our school resource officer program, that allows us significant outreach. We have officers in Houston every day during the week. We also have officers down KGB in Reddington, and they're interacting with all of those students, but also all of the families and members of the community that live in those areas. So that has good outreach for us and allows us to engage the future commerce consumers of those areas. National Night Out, I actually have there listed twice. That was supposed to be the every 15 minutes program, so that's historically what we've done. We'd like to include National Night Out in the future. We have the Police Explorers program. Coffee with a Cop has been hugely successful for us. We've used social media outreach. We have rotated access to police officers through that program at different businesses in town to give citizens an opportunity to ask questions. Reach out to the police, include their children to change perceptions of law enforcement with our youth. That's been very beneficial for us. We actively participate with Crime Stoppers, see officers in the grocery stores for drug take-back. We've done 3 special Olympics events this year alone for outreach. Those are all generally fitness and fun related. The torch run, they had a broom ball game and then a polar plunge. We have officers that participate in both the Guns and Hoses hockey game hosted here in town. That's been very beneficial. This was the 2nd annual. And the Chutes and Ladders is another basketball game. There's a basketball game. We've got officers that participate and run on behalf of the police department and support security for the Why Not Try, the triathlon here in town in the summer. And then we do a number of different static displays of police cars and outreach at the different schools and Boy Scouts and church groups, and there's a number of different things. So you'll hear me talk later in the program about expanding the SRO program. I think that has impactful outreach. We'd like to do National Night Out and then more engagement and participation at community-sponsored events. And then we're going to work to build relationships with current and future business owners. So looking at technology, as I personally have moved forward in this field, it is unbelievable how technology has changed. It went from VHS tapes in cars for dash camera video to now completely automated digital systems that we have now. And all of these things, all of the tech that we keep adding to our repertoire and our operations, it makes us more efficient and it makes us safer, and that's why it's important. This year alone and in the recent past, some of the specific tech upgrades that I want to highlight, we moved to this Chevy Tahoe. We presented a letter to the city council. We had an officer in an accident, a very significant T-bone accident here at Parks and Main, and I wholeheartedly believe that officer survived because of that vehicle. And so that's been huge for us. I cited the tech that we've included into that vehicle, digital dash cam video, the Tough Books or the Dell product that we're using now that gives us GPS interoperability, in-car capability for printing citations, has been huge for us. We've just purchased Vector Solutions, or we are bringing Vector Solutions on. They're going to work on our scheduling, working to help us with scheduling, call-outs for emergency situations. So how can we reach our personnel in a hurry? They have an automated system where we can bring people on for some type of large-scale call. And then Vector Solutions also provides an asset management software so that we can better manage the property that we do have. Power DMS, that specifically is another software program that allows us to do same-day policy updates and changes so that we can change the way that we do business to best tailor it to the community. We use Accurant, that's specified to our investigations division. That gives us national outreach, and there's some give and take with Accurant. So we also push into Accurant. So that's an intelligence database that we use. So our criminal cases, the information, the narratives, the personnel involved, all of that data is shared with Accurant. And likewise, we're able to access that. So if I want to look at the criminal history of somebody that may be from out of state or new to the area, or even here in state, I have the ability to see some of that, an expanded access to their criminal history, which can help frame best processes and directions for a criminal approach to that. I already highlighted the Dell transition. We were at the police department at our facility. We've completed the AV update of our training room. If you guys haven't been to our newest facility, I would welcome you. Our training room is now top notch. We have the capability to do video teleconferencing. We've got the capability to host trainings of up to 50 personnel so that we can start bringing some of that specialty to Alaska, and that we can host that training so that we have better trained officers, but also it allows us to offset some of those costs by charging for admission, realistically, to provide that training. We've also added the 2 drones, and then our non-marked vehicles also have a different in-car camera system. So moving forward, still focusing on technology, we need a full-time IT person. We've actually lost, this is kind of a complex thing. So when Wasilla Police Department was with MATCOM, we had one designated IT person. That IT position, once MATCOM and WPD separated facilities, and then we added the management position to MATCOM, we maintained that one person, and WPD retained only 40% of that one person. So MATCOM gets 60%, we get 40%. We've been augmented by the city's IT department. Steve and his team, Andrew, have done an incredible job supporting some of those other needs. But as we push into the future, we need more IT-specific support. And I've kind of highlighted some of the need for that, specifically data management, which helps us with we have an immense records retention requirement, and specific to that, so for the Department of Justice, we have that, statute dictates that, but in the future we are generating a ton of digital evidence at all times, and we have a responsibility to hold on to that, and how do we manage that? So dash cam videos, every time our vehicle, you see one of our vehicles in town, it is recording. And we are saving that data. All of that data is then shared for criminal instances with the court. So we're saving that data in a second. We have a secondary responsibility for the terms with which we save that data because it's involved in a criminal case. And then all of our other evidence that we are collecting, a lot of it is also data driven. So digital photographs, drone renderings that we're using for traffic and crash reconstruction. All of that stuff has a significant need. With regard to tech support and data management, some of the hardware items that demand constant support computers, our in-car computers, mobile data terminals, our vehicle, and the way that we integrate radios, computers into those systems, our phones, and then virtual training aids so that we can train into the future. So looking at VR and video response shooters, we have a trainer like that at the police department that we use. So all of those things require training, support, and management. We also need personnel to build our existing digital infrastructure. So we have a report management system that we need to build the backside of that system. Currently, officers are generating all of our own criminal complaints. So what that requires is every single charge that I assess to somebody that's committed a crime, I have to generate a criminal complaint and an affidavit for that person. So I'm individually writing that person's name, date of birth, social security number, absent ID, and I'm duplicating that data on 6 documents. And that's very time consuming. We have tech and software that will do that for us. We just need to build the infrastructure for it to do it. And to do that, we need personnel. Anyways, I'm not going to read every single slide on here, but one of the chief's other large-scale initiatives is he wants to build an internal SharePoint for the police department, a one-stop digital shop for police officers. We have a number of different resources, digital resources that we use to do our jobs, to access information. I highlighted Accurate. We use Accurate, the scheduling software. The court just transitioned to a true file, so we're now digitally sending all of our court documents to the court and the attorney's office. And so all of those things need more management. In the future, one thing that will both reduce officer liability and there's significant high public demand is for body-worn cameras. And just like the in-car cameras, if we go to that, or when we go to that, that system, again, there is huge data requirements and management of that data. So right now we don't have the capability, as is a legal requirement, to block out video. So if we were to transition to a body-worn camera, one of the major requirements is essentially shrouding people's faces, shrouding license plates, personally identifying information, because all of that evidence that we're collecting is public record, and so there's some sensitivity to some of that and requirements with regard to the release of that, and we don't have the personnel to accomplish that task specifically, the time requirement to make the program do that and to edit that data. So that's one of the significant needs and why we're focusing on the need for that IT position. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to transition to some short-term goals. Things that I would call the 50-meter target, and I just highlighted this. So adding that second or a full-time IT specialist position, we need that support. We've got a ton of growing infrastructure that needs that has high demands for time, and adding that position would be hugely beneficial to the department. We'd like to add a second K-9 team in FY25. That has already been budgeted. You'll see that in the FY25 budget. So we're going to access those funds and add that second K-9. And just because of the timing of things, we'll have 2 K-9s during that period, but looking forward, maintaining and retaining that second K-9. It's a huge benefit for our officers and for the community. For that specifically, we're also going to look at state and grant funding. So we currently have access through the opioid grant, and we can use some of that money for building the K-9 program. We used some of those funds for the outreach and staffing that we did at the fair this year, but we'd like to, that is an opportunity for us to offset some of those costs. I think in the future, we would like to or anticipate the expansion of the school resource officer program. It is hugely beneficial to have officers in schools, and it gives us significant outreach. If we are to do that in the future, we already have 3 school resource officers. There is a demand within the city to add a second officer. Our current officer, Officer Petersons, has been with the department for over 15 years. He manages all of the schools in the city and thousands of students. So Wasilla High School, Wasilla Middle School, he is at Iditarod Elementary routinely, the I'm blanking on the name, but the school across the railroad, all of those schools, including Burchell, all have high demands for law enforcement support and one person to go around. So we'd like to expand and add a second officer just for the Wasilla schools. And then when we look at adding that fourth person, for the purposes of command and control or scope of responsibility, we're starting to lose that because these people are operating outside. And I would suggest and we would recommend that we also look to fund a supervisory position. And that's something that we're going to look at addressing specifically with the school district. Our contract currently is on a 12-month rotation, so we have the opportunity to revisit that annually and look to add those positions in that way. So we're going to look at that. If we are able to do that, that's at nearly zero cost to the city. So we could add those two positions. We would need to backfill those because as we expand some of this outreach, if we don't add positions on the backside, we impact our patrol. And I'm going to talk a little bit about how we currently staff patrol, our minimum staffing, and safety related to that moving forward. So looking to the future, right? So this presentation looks at 5 years. Now, I've not addressed anything with specifics to, in 2 years we need to be at this metric. But the bottom line is that the Wasilla Police Department needs to grow. Our print material, our city message is that we are the hub and the center of the Matsu Valley, and we very much are. We've just added the designation as an MPO. Which specifically cites our population density at 53,000, Eric. So that's what earns us that designation. So although the population of the city limits is small, the area and the law enforcement need is growing vastly, and we need to add personnel and grow to be able to handle that. Right now, looking specifically at our patrol division, so taking out command staff, taking out investigators, taking out school resource officers because they don't work in the community for the full year. Right now we have 18 officers working the road 24/7. In the 10 years that I have been with the Wasilla Police Department, we have transitioned our staffing requirements. It used to be 2 officers was minimum staffing. So you would never have less than 2 officers working patrol. We've increased that to 3 officers. So right now, at any given time, we have a minimum of 3 officers that are working patrol. And just to highlight that or kind of make that a real figure for you guys, for police processes, if I used a suspected intoxicated person driving, DUI investigation as an example, that requires 2 officers pulling somebody out of the vehicle and making sure, running field sobriety tests on that person for safety to determine whether they're safe to drive. That requires 2 officers. If simultaneously I have a high danger call, domestic violence historically in law enforcement is the most dangerous call type that we respond to, that's also a 2-officer minimum call. So right now we are relying on neighbor agencies to support some of those staffing at times to fill that need for safety so that I can conduct these 2 separate law enforcement activities at the same time. We're at a point in the city with our population density and the community that we serve and the growing number of businesses and the tax, and when I say tax, what I mean by that is just their law enforcement need, theft, shrink, losses that they experience. We need more personnel to support them moving forward and the larger community. I already highlighted this. I anticipate that 4 will retire in the next 4 years, and that's 90 years of total law enforcement experience that we anticipate that we lose, and we need to get ahead of that now. We need to expand positions, and with that, continue the lateral efforts, but also we need to backfill those positions so that we aren't left with vacancies to staff. Our current staffing and task organization hinders our ability to conduct proactive policing efforts. Employees are our best resource and should be our #1 priority. Our growth will have a direct and positive impact on public safety and the quality of service that we provide the localized community and the wellness and safety of Chief Rapsons, and my staff. The service is felt in traffic safety, area security, response times, and positive police interactions, and what I'll call just criminal outcomes. And I'll address some of that here in a second. As I cited in the last slide, we are the hub of commerce, business, and infrastructure. The Department of Transportation assesses that between 36 and 38,000 vehicles travel through Parks and Palmer-Wasilla Highway on average in the summer. That is a lot of people traversing our roadways. We need to support the safety needs of that population. And I already spoke to the MPO designation. We want to tout ourselves as one of the fastest growing cities, and we're a first-class city. And if we want to keep that, we need to make sure that we provide for the safety of our population, your constituents, and to my officers. Exponential community growth has yielded increased call volume, reportable criminal incidents, violence, and traffic. And if we're going to appropriately address that, we need to grow. I think at this point, I've highlighted that enough, but we've failed to do that in the past or over the past 10 years, and so we need to do that into the future. The national standards for police population ratio, just to provide you guys with a statistic, 2.5 per 1,000. So if we look at our existing city limits population, we're close to the mark. We're at 28 officers currently on staff. And so 25 would be the number based on our population if we use 10,000 just for rough numbers. But as we all, I think, can recognize, we're serving a community that's much larger than that. In 2013, we had 12 patrol personnel. And what I would do is I would highlight you to the handout that I provided. I augmented that statistic just a little bit to provide you with something that's a little bit better to frame. What I've assessed here at 41% is given vacancies, because up until this year, Wasilla Police Department has never filled every single vacancies, at least in the 10 years that I've been with the department. We've always had a hole or a positional vacancy. The statistic that I've assessed specifically in that handout, in 2013, we had 22 commissioned positions, so that's looking at grant budgeted positions. And in 2023, we have 28 positions. So we've added 6 positions, which is 27% personnel growth. And of those 6 personnel, we've added 1 full-time investigator, 2 school resource officers, a supervisory position by way of a sergeant, and only 2 patrol officers. So that's only 2 more officers on the street impacting calls for service, making traffic stops, and affecting traffic and safety. Because of the patrol demand, we have withdrawn and removed special assignments and opportunities historically. That's what we've done. We have in the past, the Wasilla Police Department has provided somebody to the state in a task force position to address specifically sex crimes. Our motorcycle unit went away after a tragic fire. We were not able to, we've not reinstituted that program. And with that, we had a designated traffic unit. So when we look at statistics, we are missing out on a huge opportunity to engage traffic to impact public safety. We also had somebody on the state's traffic unit, which is the Bureau of Highway Patrol. The chief actually, Chief Rapson was actually a member of that unit before he was in his current position. We've had a drug enforcement agency task force officer in the past. We don't have that anymore. We used the COPS grant, so we had an officer that was grant funded to engage businesses within the community as an additional duty. We don't have that anymore. Within the department, we had an on-call investigations division to augment the need for more personnel to support larger criminal investigations, and the staff needed to manage those calls. So we have not continued to use that. And then our reserve program has gone away in the coordinator position specifically. What I would highlight, when I compare Wasilla Police Department to other agencies in the Mat-Su Valley, we are absolutely top tier. And where is that felt more if you speak with members of the community that are not within the city limits is in response times that we provide. Anchorage Police Department, Alaska State Troopers, they are overwhelmed with calls for service. They stack calls, meaning that they triage incoming needs for service, and then they determine how best to address those calls based on emergency priority, injuries, and people wait upwards of an hour for a police response, and that police response may only be telephone contact. My house has been burglarized, I don't feel safe to go inside. What does that look like? Our officers are responding within minutes to almost every single call for service that we have, and that is that should be touted, highlighted, and is exemplary of the service that we provide, and we need to continue to provide that service. So I've highlighted there. So growth proposals. So in preparing for this presentation, I spoke with the deputy administrator, and she kind of made a recommendation that one of the things that I might look at for this presentation was, how do we offset some cost? Now, I think it's icky for a police department to look at generating revenue, right? That's not our charter, our purpose in any way, shape, or form. But we need to consider cost and revenue generation. And so I tried to think outside the box here and come up with some creative ideas that as a city council, that we might look at moving forward to allow us to accomplish some of these initiatives that I've recommended while offsetting some of that cost. So I'll highlight some of those here. Pursue grant funding. Or to continue to pursue grant funding to hire against our existing positions. So I spoke about that specifically with the school resource officer positions. The Matsu Borough has historically, we have an annual opportunity to look at that contract, but they provide almost all of financial compensation for us to have those officers in those schools. So we want to look to grant opportunities. We're accessing a federal grant for the task force position for the drug unit, and we need to continue to do that. So one of the benefits specifically, and I'll just use the school resource officers as an example, the school resource officers are beholden to those schools during the school year. However, in the summer, they come back to police patrol. So how can we best use those? I highlighted a statistic about traffic, specifically within the city in the summer. With those officers, we could have a full-time traffic unit in the summer. So we have officers full-time, their sole job is to respond to collisions and make traffic stops. Now, that does generate funds, but it also increases roadway safety and trafficability. So that's something I'd like to highlight there. Something else that we might consider moving forward, establishing a city tow and storage capability. So city towing, responding to Wasilla Police requests for service. If I stop somebody for an unsafe vehicle, for DUI, for not having a driver's license, when we make those contacts now, all of those tow services are contracted currently. We have a separate contract for who is holding and storing our vehicles for the purposes of long-term investigation, for fatal accident, the requirement to retain those vehicles for fatal accidents. So we're paying all that to contracts currently. I think that in conjunction with municipal ordinances, police policy, and having our own tow department, we could require that our officers are towing those vehicles. If you drive drunk in our town, you should not be able to drive your vehicle home. That should be part of the consequence. That is not the case. Per Alaska statute, we're required to give people an opportunity to have their vehicle removed within a reasonable amount of time. I don't think that should be the case, and then we could benefit from the towing and storage of those and the financial consequence of that. Something else that we might look at that Anchorage has adopted in the past is utilizing the scofflaw. And if you're not familiar with what scofflaw is, It's a listing of people that have more than $25,000 in debt with specifically to unpaid traffic citations. If you look at the scofflaw list and you look at the people that are on that list, a significant number of, I would say the top 25 of those are Valley residents. What does that look like? If we had our own tow, we make contact with somebody that's on the scofflaw list driving a vehicle, their vehicle is impounded until they make right on that debt. They can work with a collections agency, that's how Anchorage does it, so it's not impossible to overcome the financial impacts of those unpaid fines. But realistically, we want to hold people accountable. I also think that that would remove a number of unsafe vehicles. There's a joke in the Valley about warrant wagons. Have you guys ever heard that term, right? So I think we stand to make good on public safety by removing a lot of unsafe vehicles. What's happening now, the existing tow contracts, what they do is they tow a vehicle for us. If that vehicle is not claimed, and oftentimes it's not because it's not registered, the driver is not licensed, and they don't have insurance, those are forfeited through a civil process that the tow company can go to, and then they recoup their costs by auctioning that vehicle later. And so I have, in my police experience, towed the same vehicle multiple times from multiple people because it just returns to the road at a value of $300. That's how much that car is selling for. It's not worth registering, it's not worth insuring, and they don't have a license. And so we see that. And so we can impact public safety in that way alone and reduce that perception that when you come out to the Valley, the quality of vehicles and the safety of the vehicles that we see on our roadways diminishes. So just one way that we might do that. I've also identified the possibility of assessing a public safety fee. You could call it a police position cost to some of these large-scale project developments. I think that if if some of these developers want to bring huge industry, large housing complexes into our city, we might look at assessing the call volume, the public safety need that those large facilities have on the city, and then we can address that from that standpoint. That might be an option that we look at moving forward. If you look at the last page of the handout there, one other thing that I'd like to highlight, and I don't want to be a problem identifier, I want to be somebody that identifies a problem and proposes a solution. Currently, if you are not aware, the Palmer District Attorney's Office is overworked and incapable of processing the number of criminal cases, felony and misdemeanor cases that they have coming into them. So they are understaffed, as many industries are, but it is impacting public safety in our community, and it has a direct impact on the city, and it has a big impact on our department. Right now, there's a monthly recurring meeting that the chief attends with the district attorney. Each assistant district attorney manages currently a caseload in excess of 700 cases that have been unprosecuted. They are never going to find a way or an immediate response to provide justice in those cases in the near-term future. So what their current plan is to find ways to broad-scale eliminate these cases. Straight dismissal. So although we have probable cause to believe that X person committed this crime, that is going unaccounted for. There is no justice or restorative justice by way of that prosecution. They're outmanned, and it's impacting public safety. What does that look like to our business owners? It looks like repeat The same people keep coming back and committing the same crimes. And Wasilla Police Department responds, investigates, arrests those people, charges them appropriately, and then nothing happens on the backside. And so when we look at recidivism and crime rates, that is outside of my department's hands. We close a huge number of cases. Our officers and investigators do an incredible job performing their duties and holding people accountable appropriately for the crime that they're committing. And on the backside, there's a hole. So I would assess, and this is just my personal opinion, is that probably only 50% of criminal cases are being prosecuted. The district attorney's office would tell you that they only have the capability, based on court space, time, to prosecute 30 to 40 felony cases in the entire valley through the Palmer Court every year. So think about that, 40 cases. So every other case, now that doesn't mean every other case is not being addressed, but the way that they are, the way that they're managing that is plea deals. And those plea deals and larger scale global adjudications on those criminal incidents are hurting not only the public safety of our city, the valley, but they're also impacting the morale of our department. It's very hard to do a job and then feel like it's not followed through with. So that's impactful for, I've kind of assessed it as wellness and job satisfaction. The conviction rate that the Palmer DA's office is able to sustain right now is it's impacting public safety. And so identifying that as a problem, one of the things that this city might do is to hire or look at utilizing a municipal prosecutor moving forward. So that's something that we might consider. So somebody within the city that's going to prosecute Wasilla cases so that less of our cases are getting missed and not prosecuted, right? So that's something that we've identified as a potential opportunity for us moving forward. So with that, I think that's the end. I've got the question slide. I asked you guys to wait till the end. I'm sure there's many questions, and I'd be happy to answer any.
For the record, Madam Mayor's exited the dais, and Deputy Mayor Rubio is now has the gavel. So if you want to be recognized, please request permission through the Deputy Mayor.
You've used a term which I did not understand several times, and it's called COW. What does COW stand for, please?
Oh, I apologize. So I think I should defer this to the Human Resources Director. So part of the city's rebranding is COW. So it stands for City of Wasilla. So you'll see in some of our marketing material, some of our outreach. Obviously, we have Wasilla Red, but some of that material also includes that black and white pattern of the cow. And so that's what that is. So I apologize for not defining that in my presentation, but yeah. So cow is City of Wasilla.
Sheep, pig.
Deputy Mayor.
It's just.
Go ahead.
So, you did ask us to hold questions till the end, so
Yes, sir.
I still have several here, so. Going back to slide 22, your 2023 accomplishments, you talked about, a DOT grant for KGB safety construction overtime, and then, the bullet that talks about increased traffic enforcement, but in your, description of that, those two sounded like they were tied together. So was that increased traffic enforcement only due to the overtime, dedicated to the KGB project? Or was there a separate emphasis on increasing traffic enforcement outside that corridor?
Yes. So there has been there's always a significant push internally for us to get out and transition. So one of the other things that I highlighted here is transitioning our approach from what would be considered a reactive approach to policing to a proactive approach to policing. And one of the ways that we do that is by traffic enforcement specifically, right? That's officers out on the road looking to address problems and head those off early on. That's security checks, that's any number of things. Specific to traffic and traffic safety, there is always an emphasis on increasing the amount of presence, traffic enforcement that we do. There is absolutely no expectation. We don't set a standard number of traffic engagements or contacts, but there is an internal emphasis within my department and my purview as the patrol lieutenant to my sergeants to impose upon their staff that they're out there making traffic stops and engaging the public. And so that's where some of that emphasis comes from. Identifying an opportunity where we can much more significantly impact that number. I cited the school resource officer's ability in the summer, or the staff that we gain by way of those positions to specifically address traffic and have a unit or a time period where their sole responsibility is not to respond to other call types, but is to address traffic-related issues. Now, when I built this presentation to answer a different question with some statistics that I didn't provide here, if I can pull statistics from two separate things. I can look at criminal cases, and the way that we collect and manage data has changed over the years. And what I wanted to look at for me in building this presentation was, I've 10 years that I have, so how can I compare, where we were at when I started and where we're at now. If I look at incidents, which are an incident is specifically any type of police response that's documented in a sequential incident number. We have this year, 2023, when compared to 2013, 2,000 less incidents by way of police contacts or calls, and that's because in 2013 we had a traffic unit. So I can't draw I don't have a specific number to say that, hey, this is exactly what that increase was, but we have less incident numbers in 2023 than we do in 2013, and that's because we had officers that all day long for their entire shift were making traffic stops and public engagements to impact safety. And so in the absence of that during the school year and at our current patrol manning levels, that's why we put an internal emphasis on that. That's why we're looking for grant opportunities to do that, because we can see the direct correlation that has on safety and trafficability. Does that answer your question?
No, but you've danced around it sufficiently, so. Gives me a good basis there. Also on the same slide, you talk about new technology. You're talking about the unmanned aerial systems, or new technology, or the Explorers, which are essentially, which used to be a Boy Scout program, but I don't know if it's still a Boy Scout program or not, but are the Explorers being trained in how to use these drones? I mean, the kids nowadays know more about technology than I ever could, so.
They're not. Flatly. They're not being trained. There is a significant FAA requirement for the operation of drones. Our drones, not only are they very expensive, and so we don't use them lightly. We use them internally for some training, but they're not something that we could train on. We could do a demonstration and plan to do a demonstration with the Explorers on those capabilities, because that is an emerging tech, and yeah, absolutely. And I expect an interest of many of those Police Explorers. The Police Explorer program is anyone under 18. So between, I think it's 12 or 11 and 18 is who we host for the Police Explorers program. In the state, you can't be a certified police officer until you're 21. But the drones are something that we'll demonstrate. They'll have an opportunity to see and interact with and observe, but they're not going to be trained on that capability.
Moving on to your next slide, recruitment and retention. When you talk about competitive pay and benefit packages, now, how many of your officers, come into the force and have a degree, much like you do, whether it could be in accounting, could be in engineering, could be like yourself, criminal justice, which I really appreciate. But number one, how many of those officers come in with a degree? I know the majority, I believe the majority do not, and would a college loan, payback program be beneficial to retention, in your opinion?
I don't have this figure, how many of our officers have a degree. If I were to estimate, I would say between 30 and 40% have probably a bachelor's or higher degree currently. I know that there are officers within the department that have utilized the city's education program to get other specialized training. I can tell you that it would be challenging to, as it is in any profession, it would be somewhat challenging to attend a degree program in person to further education within our department. And some of those challenges I would cite are our current shift schedule is 4/12, so you're working from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., 84 hours minimum per pay period. And so there's a lot of time spent at work, and access to online degree programs is often evening time and on your own time. I think a lot of officers may take advantage of that program. So that is something that if that's something that the city council is looking at, I think that we absolutely would. And there's a need for that, and I appreciate that we've transitioned to place a higher value on education.
Okay. When we built the new police department a couple of years ago, we put a nice gym in there, which was used quite a bit initially. Is it still a high-use item?
It is. It is absolutely. It gets used daily in my assessment, pre-work and post-work. Again, one of those challenges, long 12-hour shifts makes motivating somebody to go to the gym after work challenging. And then for those day shifters to go to work, to get to the gym before work, they're up. When I was going before my 12s was 3:45 in the morning. And that makes for a long day. Yes, it absolutely is getting used daily. Some people more than others. Like in any business, some people are more inclined to their fitness, but it is an incredible benefit, and it speaks to our wellness program. That's something that we're looking at. We actually were approached by a city resident and contractor offering contract training services to the department. And so that's something that we've looked at, financing or the possibility of financing for the safety, health, and wellness of our officers.
Okay. See, the mayor's about to push her button over there.
I am. Does any of the other council people have questions?
But I'd rather see Stu finish up what he had started.
Are you done, Stu?
No, ma'am?
Let him keep going.
I'm sorry?
Keep going.
Keep going.
Keep going then.
All right. So moving on to the next slide, 24 community partnerships. You mentioned the Kinnick and Chickaloo Tribe, particularly the MMIP task force there. Are we actively recruiting out of the Kinnick Tribe for, officers, for explorers, for reserve officers? I mean, that's, our native community is a huge part of our heritage here, and a huge part of the way we do business here, and a huge part of the mental state of mind folks here in Wasilla. Are we actively recruiting through Kinnick? Are we pushing that connection?
I can't cite a specific initiative that we have worked towards to address recruitment in those specific communities, but from the other important thing to highlight here is that within the last 2 years, the Chickaloon tribe specifically has stood up their own police department. They're in the process of building a police department. I think that they have 3 or 4 officers on staff, and then they've got significant, and I can't speak perfectly to this, but they've got a lot of grant funding to bring on more officers to their department. I think that there's some, so they're working through that process. As far as the city's outreach effort to those communities, specifically those 2 tribal areas, we've not had any recruitment efforts in those areas, other than our just normalized regional recruitment efforts.
Okay, thank you. And then on slide 25, community engagement and outreach, you talked about the drug take-back program, which is, I think, one of the most important programs that we have. But for several years, I have been an advocate of having a place where people can, a secure place where people can drop off drugs and needles and things like that. And I pointed to the Palmer, City of Palmer on several occasions. I mean, they have a very robust, let's put it that way, collection facility, out behind the fire department. Anybody can go by anytime, not be filmed or anything, drop their stuff in there. Are we making any progress towards establishing such a location here in Wessel?
I know that that's something that's been talked about, but as far as establishing that, determining where that location is and putting significant effort into providing that capability or that resource, I don't think that that's something that we're looking at right now, but that's something that we could look at more in the future. I don't know exactly what the frequency is of the drug take-back program, but obviously there's the privacy consideration that you highlighted, but there's also the security consideration of having a receptacle to be able to secure and collect those items. And so, that's something that we can look at moving forward, but I don't think that that's something that we're looking at right now.
Yeah, I don't think we need to reinvent the wheel there. There's plenty of examples out there of other cities being able to do that. So moving on to slide 27, technology initiatives. Kind of buried in one of the bullets there, you talk about online pay system development. Could you tell me what that is?
Yes, so I can speak very broadly to this.
That's fine.
Yeah, so right now, if you submit a records request to the police department, if you want to, so specifically for records, that we only accept cash or check. So we have no way of doing any other type of diversified pay or point of sale at the police department. So what we'd like to do is we'd like to create an online interface to accept payment. Because you can submit records requests digitally, but you need to come in person and pay by cash or check. And so that's a little archaic, and we're trying to move into the future. So that's what that pay system development is.
Very nice. Sounds like a great initiative. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Colleen?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Lieutenant. A couple of questions I had. With regard to what we have for full commissioned officer positions, I believe that's with the second handout that you gave, and you've stated that we have 28 commissioned officers. And with that, how many are expended for the school resource office program, both within Wasilla and outside?
Yes, so right now we have 3 officers in that program. So 3 of those 28 commissioned positions are school resource officers, and they're currently working. So 1 for the Houston schools, 1 for Reddington schools, and then 1 for the Wasilla schools.
And may I just follow up on that? I'm just wondering why nothing against Houston, but why are we supporting other schools outside of the city limits when we certainly have a need within our city, as you've stated, both for patrol and other positions? And I don't believe traffic necessarily increases twofold in the summer. It does, but we, I think, have more accidents probably in the wintertime. Is there a discussion maybe to bring those SRO officers back into the fold for Wasilla, get them back out on the beat, get them in patrol, or some of the other needs, because I do understand the importance of having SROs in the schools, totally do. But how much are we extending then outside of our own jurisdiction when we could utilize those officers right here?
Right.
And you've expressed that need right here in Wasilla.
Yes. So jurisdictionally, Wasilla Police have state powers, just like a state trooper. So we're able to conduct law enforcement activities at those schools and in those parts, those outer city areas. The school resource officer program, realistically, if we, I can't speak to the specific decision to why we have officers in those schools, but realistically, if we evaluate officers in schools, there are insufficient staff in any of the other entities to support expanding police presence in those other schools. So specifically, the Alaska State Troopers have been invited to participate in that program, and they don't have the staff. Despite maybe an interest or a desire, they do not have the staff to put troopers in those schools. Palmer Police Department has 2 school resource officers. They have Colony Schools in Palmer, both which are within the Palmer area. But for us, specifically, Wasilla is seen, and Wasilla Police Department is seen in the larger community. And I know that the chief, as a former school resource officer himself in his professional career and development, evaluates that program. And it's hugely valuable for us, but to why exactly we have those in those schools, above my pay grade, and I wasn't party to that decision-making process, so I might defer that component of your question to the chief in the future.
Sure, and just final on that. Again, you know, if the need is more immediate in our city proper, I would think that that would be a priority over assisting schools that are way out of our jurisdiction. So anyway, my 2 cents on that. And then, let me look really quick. I had a question with regard to, sorry. Okay, for community partnerships, you discussed, for example, the Drug Endangered Children DEC National Alliance.
Yes.
Are we doing anything that also oversees child trafficking in conjunction with that? I know that's an area of concern all across the nation, obviously.
Yes.
Are we involved in that at all?
So I'm not aware of a specific law enforcement task force associated with child trafficking alone. The Drug Endangered Children program has a very specific nexus with the use of any type of substances, and including alcohol. That's one of the requirements of that program specifically. I know that within our individual community, that My House, and there are a number of nonprofits that target that very specifically. For sex trafficking, for criminal investigations, that would be deferred to our investigations department or division to address that from a criminal justice and a policing standpoint, but we're not party to any specific program other than our normal partnership with My House and some of the other 501c3s that look at that specifically.
Thank you, and I did know that My House had that particular program, which I figured you guys probably were
Of course,
staying
yeah.
abreast of.
Yeah.
Just also finally, in your handout here with the talk of a potential municipal prosecutor to handle our police cases. I don't need information today, but could you provide council with information on, you know, how many cases that we have per month and what the challenge would be then for a prosecutor in those cases, and how could they handle that?
Absolutely, yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
That's okay.
So I know that, absolutely, I will can get you that information, and something that's probably consolidated. We provide some of those statistics that you mentioned on a weekly basis through our weekly department report. So there's that information, but we could compile that in a way that's more digestible for us to make an assessment of this at a larger scale. That would be helpful.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Hey, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have several questions, but although they're pretty much all related, like on page 27, you're saying, well, the need is for a full-time dedicated IT specialist. My notes indicated on page 29, you had said, well, we probably need 3 additional patrol officers. And then in your special handout, you were thinking of adding a prosecutor, so that's 4 or 5 different positions. So would it be, I'm assuming that you would be coming forward with some positions within the 2024 budget, is that correct?
Yes.
So could we get a priority as to which ones the police department would feel is the most bang for our buck? What is the biggest needs on all of these positions going forward for the budget season? Thank you.
Absolutely.
Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A couple things to follow up on the school resource officer discussion there. The funding for the school resource officer, 75% of that funding is provided through the school district and is not paid for by the city, so that is obviously a factor in that we use. And then, of course, during the school resource officer's time off, their 2.5 months or so time off, I mean, that's when they take their vacation, but they also have to do training related to that school resource officer position. So they're not really available for the entire summer. But the biggest thing is, of course, that the city, even though the city is giving them the paycheck, the city is not funding that paycheck for the majority of their time there. So if we were to pull SROs out of the schools, then essentially we would be adding patrol officer positions or like positions in there. So just a little bit of background on that.
Sure.
And I would be interested to know, how much time the police department, the patrol officers are spending sitting in Palmer waiting to be heard on traffic court issues, things that could be handled by a municipal prosecutor much more easily than going back and forth to Palmer, because I know when I go to court over there, I see them sitting there all the time, and it's not that that's a bad thing. They're told, hey, be at court at 8 o'clock, so they're there, but I mean, they may not get heard till 1. But I'd be interested to know how much time we're spending outside of, and typically these are patrol officers, so I mean, we're burning up overtime to sit there and deal with traffic tickets. I'd be interested to see some statistics or estimates on that.
Sure.
Thank you.
And if I might, Madam Mayor, just to speak to that or to kind of expand upon that. When we look at we are beholden to Palmer. Every person that we remand in custody has to be driven to Palmer. So, I cited earlier having minimum of 3 staff or 3 officers working at in some periods. Now we try to staff as best we can for more than that, as many as we can at all times. But that minimum is 3. So another example to highlight is just remanding somebody to Palmer, or if you are on duty and you have a court requirement, to be in Palmer takes you away from that, takes you away from the city and your ability to respond to calls. So that adds to that challenge. And it adds to just the ask, right? So if I worked the night before and I work tonight and I have to be at court during the day today, that's challenging for our officers as well. But I will absolutely get you the time, an estimate of time on how much time our officers are spending at court that could be addressed by a municipal prosecutor.
And whether or not that's all overtime.
Correct. And it's not all, right? So if I'm on duty and I have a court requirement, I'm going to go while I'm on duty, and so that's not going to be an overtime cost.
Is there any other questions for our Lieutenant Lopez? Hearing none? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, City Council.
Okay, it is now 12:57. Do you want to break now for lunch, or do you want to continue on with finance and then with lunch? Council.
Lunch, please.
Lunch.
Lunch.
Okay, we are breaking at 12:58 for lunch, and we will be back at. Has everybody met the new finance director?
All right. I'll get y'all after lunch, the sleepy time. All right. My name is Cassie Olin. I'm the Director of Finance. And I'm just going to go over our strategic planning that we've been working on. Our vision statement is to be trusted steward of the city's resources, execute accurate and efficient financial processes, meet our regulatory and fiduciary responsibilities, while providing relevant financial information to stakeholders to enable them to be well-informed leaders and decision makers. Our goal, number one, is to modernize the way we conduct business through the use of technology, streamlining, and process improvement. Our strategy one is our infrastructure and technological assets. Through the application of efficient and modern use of technology, staff will be able to accomplish high-quality service with operational efficiency. This is being done currently, actually Monday this week. You approved the $260,000 appropriation for its Key High as the consultant who is going to begin the process of learning of our staff, talking to each of our staff members about enterprise resource planning, or an ERP system, which will have our finance, payroll, our human resources, fixed assets, things of that nature into one system. Currently, those systems, except for finance and payroll, kind of live together in one system, and everything else is outside of that. And none of our other systems that we currently have, from UniRevs to Citizen Serve, and any of the Alaska Remote Seller Sales Tax Commission, that is all manual entry or manual some functionality that we have to export out of those systems and import into our system, or manually data entry those into our current software. It does not have the functionality to talk to other software systems right now. And so that's one reason we are beginning the process of looking into a new ERP system. We're beginning to expand our collaboration with IT and human resources to better understand our technological needs. In conjunction with Public Works, we're creating a water sewer assessment and a PILA database. PILA is the payment in lieu of assessment. And then develop our reports for recurring processes and budget preparation, and then connect our current platforms to reduce our data entry, which I was explaining just a little bit before. Our strategy number two is streamlining and process improvements to shape a culture of efficiency in which people collaborate on new ideas that bring in an increase in accuracy, efficiency, and customer service while reducing our dependency on staffing for non-value added functions. We're beginning the process to review our organizational structure of the finance department to maximize the effectiveness of the department and the staff. Once we begin the process of figuring out the ERP system, which system we select to do that, that will make a determination of how the job descriptions and the organizational structure of the finance department will be adjusted to match that, because processes will be changing. We will be doing different mechanisms into sales tax, utilities, things of that nature. We will create templates and define processes for recurring transactions and reporting obligations. This is such as our expense allocations, our state and federal surveys, and in our grant reporting also. We're exploring alternatives to our current process to improve efficiencies, and I continue to streamline processes between the Human Resources and Finance Department. As currently right now, Human Resources and Finance, it's all manual, dropping folders, things of that nature. There is no input from HR into the system, and payroll takes it on and puts in their side of the system. We also are seeking alternatives to our paper documents, so payroll remittances, utility applications. Currently right now, with our staff of about 140, 150 employees, we have one payroll clerk, and she manually enters all of our timesheets. And they are not uploaded into our system. It is all a manual operation to do our payroll. So that's something we're looking into, is possibly getting some kind of timekeeping reporting system, or if the ERP system may have something already in place. It's kind of the same consideration in regards to time off for PTO. It's all manual entry into the system, and so those are things that we're taking a look at. Goal 2 is to seek options to fund our way forward. So strategy 1 is to expand grant and legislative funding. So explore and expand research and application for funding through venues not previously identified. We're going to build relationships with our state agencies and administering grant award programs to grow opportunities for new funds. And then identify a grant consolidator to identify new grant sources. So we're beginning the process of going out to the federal government, looking at grants.gov, different areas within the state of Alaska through the agencies of economic commerce, DEC, things of that nature also, and then seeking any kind of software program that can be a consolidator tool for us to get funding and grant options. Strategy number 2 is our partnership collaboration. So our city's amenities are enjoyed by the community far beyond our city boundaries. So we consider our shared service agreements for redundant systems. We work collaboratively with our other local governments who stand to benefit from the city's continued economic development. And we ensure other department policies consider developer-funded cost provisions that align with our industry standards and continue to support the current memorandums and agreements that we have with other local agencies currently, such as the Matsu Borough School District is one area that we have a collaboration agreement with. Our goal number 3 is to support a mature and focused comprehensive long-term capital and fiscal plan. And our strategy 1 is a comprehensive project plans. It's to develop comprehensive actual or conceptual-based project plans with phased funding approach that is formally reviewed and accepted through the legislative process. Develop comprehensive cost and fee analysis for our current project plans, review our fee schedules to align with market and the long-term fiscal needs, and review and revise standards for infrastructure maintenance and replacement reserves in conjunction with all departments based on the industry standards. And this is working in conjunction with Public Works, dealing with a consultant, looking at our utility fees, seeing what we need to do in regards to our fee analysis and our long-term fiscal plan for our water and waste treatment plants in order to continue to get those up to speed where we need them, and the preventative maintenance that needs to be done.
So when you talk about infrastructure maintenance here, you're not just talking about the infrastructure in the finance department, you're talking about the city's infrastructure.
Correct, yes. And our 2023 accomplishments that we've done is we've implemented electronic purchase orders. They can be sent through email now. They used to be faxed, those kind of things. We've implemented optional pay reduction policy to streamline our reconciliation. And we've implemented payroll budgeting in Naviline, which will go out and budget our positions with salaries and benefits. And we have the capability of moving people by steps and seeing where they'll end up, and if we need to add percentages or the COLA percentage, it will calculate those for us. And we've also implemented a new payroll process that reduces a manual entry, and that is dealing with our retirement system with the state of Alaska with PERS. There is a table is what it's called, and it's our defined benefit underfunded liability, and it's a formula that we have to do through a calculation spreadsheet, and that was all done manually. And now we have it. Naviline has created a code for us in the system that it now produces that document, and when we upload into the retirement e-reporting system, it matches up, and so we can verify everything, and there's no data entry, so there's the capability of errors and things of that nature. And that is everything that I have.
Questions?
Madam Mayor? Okay, thank you. I think last year we sat through and we heard the same kind of a deal with, well, we still can't put in our time expeditiously. It's still a manual process. Have we looked at off-the-shelf, commercial off-the-shelf programs for this? I use the last two employers have used multi-pro. That would be an interdepartmental project that you would do with HR because it would be comprehensive across the board. Are we actually going to put something like that in our 2024 budget so we don't have to say this next year?
It will be part of the ERP, RFP, and the purchase of that. So currently, right now, none of the current software that is out there, such as any timekeeping or admin, any time off programs, they will not talk to Naviline. Naviline will not import any other software data right now, and that is part of the issue. So our actual, because it's 30 years old, and it's really old, is the AS400 actual code behind it, and so it doesn't have the capability to import anything into it. That is the issue we're dealing with.
May I suggest that you look, or the city look at UltiPro? I hate it, but it works, and it is the whole HR system, training, payroll, time off, sick pay, retirement, all into one platform.
Any other questions? Graham?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So you didn't mention staffing at all. You talked about some technological innovations which would, make, in theory, more staff available or make staff available for other duties. Do you see any, significant shift in staffing for finance?
That will have to be determined when we select that ERP system. It may be a shift in duties, it may be a shift of we may need to add more. It's just dependent upon what we actually select through that RFP. Until we have that actual mechanism in there, the current staffing that we have is currently would be working for Naviline that we currently have. And so we actually need to have, once we have the ERP system in place, then we can actually take into and identify the processes and see what we can do with the staff that we have, or if we need additional staff in order to support that, or shifting job duties. It just depends upon what the ERP system can do for finance as a whole, and then the rest of the departments along with us. So, because we might be able to shift some job duties that a lot of times in ERP systems, there is a very cut and dry line between the human resource department and the payroll department. And so things that the payroll department is currently doing may not be an actual job duty of the payroll department. It may be an HR job duty. It just depends on the system that we're using.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you. Okay. We are 2 hours behind, but we'll catch up, hopefully, unless you want to stay half the night. Metcom, you are up.
MATCOM is going to tag team this presentation. I'm Dan Stearns, the interim manager of MATCOM, and I want to introduce Lori Creaky. She is has been named the communications manager for MATCOM and began her job on Monday. And so as she gets acclimated to her position and gets a good handle on the state of things today, as we've talked during the week, she's got some really good ideas of how things should look in the future. So this will be her strategic plan, and we're going to present what we have, and some more work will be done in the weeks to come. Lori comes with a lot of experience, broad knowledge in the whole communications world, and some hands-on experience with the direction we want to go and the center should be in the next 1 to 5 years. So with that, if I can figure out how to make this work.
Arrows right on, yeah.
There we go. The vision statement for MATCOM is we'll continue to strive to provide the public service focused mechanism for the municipal and state public safety agencies to carry out the duties of their roles in the safest manner and the highest standard possible for our community. Improving recruitment and retention by working with the city on creating a competitive salary and benefit package that rivals our neighboring emergency communications centers and increases retention of current employees. MATCOM will seek to consistency in emergency services provided to our community through pursuit of compliance with National Emergency Number Association 911 call answering and call handling standards. Communication upgrades systems and infrastructure to improve efficiencies, save costs, and raise the standard for our region. We accomplish those things in an overall mission statement of we at MATCOM are dedicated to the public community we serve. We will provide the best dispatch service possible in a professional manner while treating everyone with courtesy and empathy. The first goal, increase retention and current employees. Develop a comprehensive and competitive pay and benefit package for our employees to include longevity, recognition, and incentive for career length employment. Struggles that we encounter along the way with retention includes shift work, competitive compensation packages with neighboring agencies. We intend to create opportunities for career progression and continue to pursue federal job reclassification for emergency telecommunicators to become recognized as first responders. Some accomplishments towards those things. While our rate of pay is competitive with neighboring centers, we can still identify some things that will help us with retention. And so as identified in the goal summary, shift work presents a significant retention challenge. We've created some flexibility in shifting, and that has been agreed upon between the City of Wasilla and the Wasilla Police Department Employees Association, MATCOM, CBA, allowing various options for shift coverage. On a more granular level, dispatchers are afforded the opportunity to trade shifts to allow a higher likelihood of being granted preferred time off. In accordance with the mayor's wishes, each department should have a succession plan. In collaboration with HR, a description was developed for the prospect of an assistant communications manager designed to better equip current MATCOM staff to succeed any given previous incumbent. Additionally, the OIC, that's Officer in Charge program, provides an opportunity for line-level dispatchers to gain hands-on experience with supervisory duties, making them more qualified as a candidate for any future opportunity. Lori has experience with working with 911 Goes to Washington group and will continue to work with key people to move the prospect of emergency communications positions into a category of first responders. Goal number 2 is fulfilling staffing levels through modernization and new hire processes. Work with the city administration to develop those, again, competitive pay and benefit packages, and progress has been made toward that. Streamlining the hiring process timeline to produce job offers to qualified applicants in an expedient manner, expedited manner. Succession planning for key roles and contractors. Considerations for radio maintenance, GIS database management, and mobile data system management. Considerations and accomplishments towards those things that incentives have been memorialized in the CBA that include double time pay for anyone forced to work overtime on a day off, which helps us in retention. What might be lacking in competitiveness with neighboring agencies. We outstrip Palmer, for instance, and the state of Alaska in entry-level pay, but we cannot compete with Anchorage Police Department or Anchorage Fire Department at that entry level. And so some things that we can do to help solidify the staff is provide some of those incentives pay-wise that you probably won't see in other centers, to include the incentive pay for days that somebody is forced to work on their day off when there's literally no other choice for anybody to fulfill this staffing requirement. Additionally, time and a half pay for hours worked. While on annual leave, shift differential premium applied according to the majority of hours worked during the time of day as opposed to when the extra shift actually started. For instance, if a shift started at this is an extra shift, overtime started at 10 o'clock in the morning and was scheduled to end at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the majority of those hours land in the shift differential period of swing shift hours. And so all hours would be calculated at swing shift rate. There's also premium pay for such things as performing as officer in charge or performing as a training officer or performing in a special assignment. Modernization of the recruitment process and hiring process was completed on or around 2020. We're seeing fruits now of those changes. And since those changes were implemented, the retention rate of new hires has stabilized significantly. Using a more streamlined approach has allowed MATCOM to act quickly on well-qualified candidates before they accepted employment somewhere else. The previous method, typically 6 weeks, sometimes longer before a qualified candidate could be hired. It's reduced to about 2 weeks. That we're able to move on a qualified candidate, and we've seen that being able to act more quickly on qualified candidates has proved to be beneficial to us. In accordance with the mayor's wishes, again, that each department have a succession plan. We have those things put in place now that there is progression within the job class. As the current tech support staffing evolves, we expect some change in Q4 of FY 2025 in our tech support staff. It would be a good time to point out that we have 29 dispatcher call taker positions authorized and 2 technical support, and as was conveyed earlier in the day through the Wasilla Police Department's strategic goals, tech support is important. We have a split between one tech support person of a 60-40 split. 60% belongs to MATCOM, 40% to the Wasilla Police Department. We're looking at some changes in that regard as the new FY starts. And so with those changes, the workload as well, which would include the prospect of radio maintenance. Currently, the MATCOM tech support is responsible for 40 mobile radios. Those are radios that are mounted inside the vehicles of the Wasilla Police Department. 40 portable radios assigned to the Wasilla Police Department, 6 portable radios assigned to MATCOM, 6 Motorola MC7500 base stations at MATCOM, 4 AVTEC base stations that are at the backup dispatch center at the Wasilla Police Department, 2 fixed repeater sites, 4 in-car repeaters, and while MATCOM is not responsible for the public works radios, there's approximately 25 mobile radios and another 30 portable radios that are going to be added to the mix. And I shouldn't overlook the 4 base stations that make the public works system operable. This is important because there's, as the mayor pointed out in her strategic initiatives, that the city needs to be prepared for NIMS, National Emergency Management System type events, ICS, Emergency Communication System events, where interoperability is important. And so if we have any kind of disaster response, communication is important. And the Public Works needs to be able to talk to public safety and MAPCOM and STAR, whoever, depending on the scope and breadth of the response. It could be any number of emergency response agencies. So communication is important. It's been identified time after time that the major breakdown of any response has been communications. So some consideration needs to be done on how we are going to tackle that whole question. There's options. Should MATCOM continue to have a radio maintenance shop? Should the city own a citywide shop, given the expansion of city radios, at least the standardization of those radios, or the prospect of contracting out the maintenance and management of the entire radio system for the city. We will work towards a sensible answer to those questions and present that in the strategic plan and ultimately the FY 25-26 budget. And work is being done towards that.
Dan, the radio guy is gonna retire in April of 25?
April of 25, yes.
Yeah. And we don't have a backup.
The third goal, modernization of city infrastructure. MATCOM specifically is working with IT to create a wireless network with full redundancy, which will in turn reduce cost with local providers. Pursue relocation to a smart building that meet the needs of the future technological and safety requirements, along with the full redundancy, a fully redundant backup center. Ensure alignment with federal requirements for data storage, meet future technological needs, the need for fully redundant backup center.
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, could you define the term smart buildings, please?
I am not prepared to define everything that's included in a smart building, no.
Well, smart building, when I think of that, it's your next generation 911, your AI being connected in many ways. There's the Internet of Things. We could go on and talking about it, but next generation 911, we currently do not provide text to 911. That's a big thing, I believe, that needs to happen. In addition to text to 911, there's video into 911, pictures.
So we need to build a new building to contain that, or is this improvements within the existing building that we are operating from?
One of the things that we have discussed internally a little bit about the need for a new building is the safety and security of our dispatchers. They're up there on the second floor of a building that's older. We don't have a parking lot that's really protected for them to come in and out of. That's one way to take down communications right there in your 911 center. We need a secure 911 center that is a place where they can go that's protected and safe and secure.
Steve, do you want to weigh in on what a smart building is?
I think she covered it pretty well. It's something that may have a lot of integrations built in with it, like you badge in and take your picture and launch your system. It shows it to a control panel, things like that. Where just a lot of the IT systems are all integrated and work together.
Right, you won't have wires that are running all over the floor.
So yeah, that's just an issue with the current building a little bit.
The third bullet point on this page of goal 3 talks about the direction that we would go, and conceptual plans are on the table to build a new center co-located with the prospect of a new city hall. And so a new dispatch-specific building is not the intent. We would tag along with another city project.
Excuse me.
We're a support unit largely to Wasilla Police Department, and so a lot of our goals intersect and a lot of our processes intersect, and we rely on one another to make those things work. And we should be going in the same direction with all of our initiatives, and we largely do. We have the same kind of goals, and we want the same kind of accomplishments as the police department. The IT department is very important in the whole prospect too, that both departments within the city achieve their goals through technology.
I would say, in addition to that, talking on our mapping and databases, those are things that we need to work closely with those departments on, and the borough included in that, since we do dispatch for the entire Matsu borough. So Next Generation 911 is driven a lot by location information, and so mapping is huge for Next Generation 911. So that's something that we really need is updated maps, and we need a database manager for that. I've talked with the current staffing this week, and that is something that we're really needing assistance with for that next generation piece is for location services. And we are dealing with a lot of antiquated equipment, not just here, but the entire state of Alaska for 911. Everything's ran off camera trunks rather than moving into the latest technology, so.
Mr. Gray.
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation. One of the things I didn't see on there anywhere was maintaining the contract with the state police, with the troopers. I mean, that revenue that we get from there and the need to be technologically in touch is very high on the troopers level. And, you know, there's every year they try and move out of there and do their own thing. I mean, is that something we should be concerned about? I mean, it's past what, 6-7 years they've been trying to form their own union, so to speak, and their own centers. And it's gonna be very hard for us to justify building a new, MATCOM facility if we're providing less service.
Personally, I think not. The MATCOM Dispatch Center is solid. It is technologically at a state that can handle everything that AST expects today. AST is looking at building a core services that would create what's called an SENet, Emergency Services Internet. And it's a spinoff of the 9/11 events. Homeland Security, the first phase was of the whole concept of interoperability, was to make sure that different agencies could talk to one another on any given response. And so the line level response was addressed in that regard. Communications, or at least at the dispatch level, is more of a secondary phase 2 type approach to the whole concept of interoperability. And the wishes of Homeland Security, coupled with just the change in technology and the way that the public uses technology today, demands a change in the way that emergency services processes the calls from the public. And so this SENet interconnects the different dispatch centers across the state, and all of the location information, the call subscriber information associated with any call, whether it's a landline or a wireless call, can get processed and consumed by anyone in the state that would be responsible for that response. That the state has ideas of core services, $25 million project. And it's not on the budget now. Department of Public Safety may ask for that money in their specific ask. I think it's a big ask. And so all of that said, I don't think that Department of Public Safety is prepared to move anywhere in the near future.
Is there any other questions for MATCOM? Hearing none, thank you guys. Up next is IT. Steve.
Alrighty, good afternoon, everybody. All right, vision statement: increasing connectivity and redundancy for improved efficiencies by centralizing services and using modern enterprise equipment and processes. First goal is a new ERP system to modernize departmental workflows with IT solutions over the next 3 years, including assessing the type of ERP and the implementation costs for 24-25. So we have kind of started this. Everyone approved that on Monday. I've been working with the contractor, and it sounds like probably not going to start till about March. So hopefully that works with everyone's schedule. That's something I just heard yesterday. So I think everyone's pretty excited for this to start, so it's going to be a lot of work. Once it starts, I think tentatively 16 to 18 weeks, we should have an ERP solution vendor selected. And then comes the work of then budgeting and doing the implementation, which is probably going to be the heavier lift. And create a technology committee. We have done that. We've only had a couple meetings so far. Basically, I chose one person out of every division or department, what you want to call them, to have a monthly meeting with me to just kind of discuss any technology initiatives or really a place for them to ask questions and can filter down to the staff. And we are collaborating with departments when evaluating new software platforms to ensure compliancy and compatibility. Just so everyone's kind of on the same page, we like to go with what's called single sign-on for all new applications, so I like to confirm that any application that is chosen can use that. It allows tighter control from IT to allow access to these applications, and at the same time easy to revoke access when somebody quits or is terminated. Build scalability into the next generation. So centralize, standardize, secure, and modernize the IT department over the course of the next 5 years to reduce costs, increase redundancy, and increase the security posture. We can reduce costs by centralizing services and applications. So we want to increase the redundancy citywide and increase the security posture with policies, procedures, plans, and security software deployments. Create a citywide IT presence that implements centralization of procurement. So essentially, it kind of allows that review of software before it's purchased, or, hey, I want to buy this, well, guess what, we already own it. So all that funnels through the IT department. It stops redundant software being purchased or software that you should not be using. And we do kind of have a cloud-first approach when looking at software vendors. It's kind of the way of the future, and it does make setup and deployment much quicker and easier than doing it on-prem in-house. Create policy and procedures related to security, like disaster recovery plans, incident response plans, and implement security baselines based on the Center for Information Systems Control frameworks, other standards like NIST. Comply with CJIS standards for PD and MATCOM, which we currently do. I think it's a yearly assessment, and did just fine on the one this year. So this would be to outsource or hire contractors to support departments in specialized tasks, kind of what Eric's doing with GIS stuff. A lot of these are very specialized, and we should not try to handle these things in-house because a lot of them do require very specialized skill sets. If we want it done correctly and right, we should be hiring that out to certain firms. Also with the PD, we hired somebody to help build a SharePoint site for them, which at the same time kind of trained employees on how to keep it up and things like that. So it really helped getting the right people to do very specialized tasks. Some accomplishments from last year. We've centralized Wi-Fi in a lot of locations and reduced internet costs by consolidating. When I started here, a lot of the Wi-Fi was on its own dedicated DSL circuits, probably for a security reason, but you necessarily don't have to have it that way, so we've removed some of these DSL connections and just put in public guest Wi-Fi attached to our main business internet connection, so that's a monthly cost that can go away. We've migrated a lot of sites to IPsec tunnels versus costly leased Metro Ethernet circuits. We've been working on a project for IP segmentation, which is essentially logically separating different types of devices in different locations into a different virtual tunnel per se, where they necessarily can't talk to each other unless it's explicitly allowed. So a printer and a desktop are going to be on two different logical systems, and then they're allowed to talk using a printer protocol. So it's basically a security measure. We've created a full data center at MATCOM, which, when I say data center, I mean consolidated services, which would be compute servers and storage arrays. So essentially, we don't have any physical servers at any of the departments anymore. They all come back to a central hub, and that's good because that central hub is redundant and getting backups to that system is much easier than trying to manage services in different sites. We migrated our Office 365 services to the Gov Cloud. We had been on the Consumer Cloud since I think 2018 when they implemented it, which is Consumer Cloud is not CGIS compliant, so we had to make the move. It was not that painful, but it could have gone better. But I believe we're fully past it at this point. We are currently in the process of testing a hybrid cloud phone system. ERP assessment is in progress, and citywide PC refresh is pretty much complete, which means almost all the PCs and laptops have been replaced or rebuilt with our current standard image. Much better than previous staff that I think essentially pulled it out of the box and left all the factory stuff on it and just gave it to people to use. So that's pretty much completed. All users have been migrated to OneDrive Cloud, which basically their personal files or whatever you want to call them are on the cloud, which assists in people that are more mobile than others. You can access your data pretty much anywhere, and that's kind of a plan moving forward. That's it. Any questions?
Any questions for IT?
Easy.
Hearing none.
Cool.
Thank you, Steve. And next up, Scott with the Menard Center. Got 2 minutes.
We're doing great, thank you. Scott Bell, Recreational Services Director, speaking on the Menard Sports Center and then Recreational Services. Good afternoon. Start off by saying thank you to the City Council for all your support over the last 2 years. We've been able to accomplish quite a bit at the Menard Center, and a big part of that is you guys, so thank you. So our vision statement is to maintain a clean, safe, and welcoming facility while providing a community focal point with multi-use capabilities, excellent customer service, and long-term financial sustainability within the enterprise system. I look back financially, our accomplishments. We're pretty excited to say that we generated the most revenue in the facility's history. Unaudited, unofficial number, just to make sure. We generated $964,878 some dollars, which is a 13.4% increase over the year before. And we were $127,000 over the budgeted target amount. So we had a 15.3% increase over the budget. Rental fees, so basically ice, turf, meeting rooms, kitchens, all the events, we generated $851,000 plus dollars, which again is the highest in the history of the facility, which was approximately a 19% increase from the year before. Revenue over budget, I realized I did a cut and paste error here. So revenue over budget, our budget for event revenue was $700,000. What we did generate, $851,000, so we were a 21.6% increase there over our budgeted amount. Number of events, we increased by 13. And when I talk events, that is specifically revocable use, the big stuff. It's not the daily meeting rooms and things like that. Door count, second highest in our history, 881,000 plus people through the door, again excluding exterior counts. So if there's an event outside, those don't go through our door counts. With our facility rental combined with everything we did, we increased our hourly rentals by 27%. And through our primary season, we're open basically 16 hours a day, 7 days a week, unless there's a holiday, but we tend to work those too. Our Facebook has got almost 6,200 followers, and we increased it almost 17% last year.
So what's new, what's going on, what have we done? So the big one, again, with your support, is the parking lot expansion. We've completed phase 1 and 2, which is removing the old bleachers, the sand, grading, prep work, and lighting. We do have a little bit more lighting. We've been out there recently. We have some 4 light poles that will be installed probably in the next week. So that area is, after we graded and cleared the existing area, then we did do some clear cutting. I just don't have a picture of that. And then we did get our new electric Zamboni, which is a zero emissions with a fast ice system, and that has been terrific. So some of the other things that we've got going on, or that we accomplished throughout the year, we developed an internal capital improvement plan. We've developed a year-end report. We're updating our revocable use permits with our event users. Through our architects and the fire marshal, we've updated our occupancy loads. We had old blueprints that you didn't have occupancy based on like graduations and events like that. All it had was how many people could be there to watch hockey or in on that area. So we've updated that. We've conducted an energy audit. We had US Ice Rink came up here for the first time in 20 years to conduct a ice maintenance and equipment operator class. And they only do, I think, 10 or 12 of those around the country, so it was a big deal to have them come up. We completed our emergency responder radio coverage with the bi-directional antenna upgrade. So there were areas in the facility that either fire or police, their radio reception was okay. And so this has brought all that coverage in the building up to code. Purchased a Bobcat box plow to assist with our snow removal. We developed temporary emergency shelter activations and demobilization criteria. We've installed locker room clocks, created a girls' hockey locker room, and we are converting our first aid room into a family unisex bathroom. So, goals, revenue. I'm gonna make $1 million if it kills me. We're so dang close. So that is our big goal. We continue to do it through growing our events, maximizing each event's kind of bill so that they're using a lot of our services. Fully staff all our positions to increase customer service, daily services, and capture potential revenue losses. Pricing analysis we review every 6 months, so we're always making sure we're kind of at market and what are reasonable increases to the community. Keep trying to grow our user base and keep pushing our advertising program. Things that are in progress as we speak. Upgrading the existing parking lot, so not in the expanded area, but the rest of our parking, we had some upgrades in LED fixtures, but they weren't commercial grade, and we're having some failure on those. So we have got all those ordered, and hopefully before our Arctic Winter Games, we're gonna have a well-lit, wonderful parking lot. We're gonna have 2 batting cage setups. R22 refrigerant conversion will happen as soon as the ice goes out in April. We're gonna be replacing some of our drinking fountain bottle fillers with refrigerated ones because we have a lot of athletes drinking just room temperature water. So we're upgrading that system. We've got, if you've been to the facility, we're building out our front display. So we're gonna have display TVs that will be talking about the turf schedule, the ice schedule, upcoming events and announcements and things like that. So that will go on right there in the front entry. I just assisted with passing, so we're gonna have new laser projectors and screens in the main arena, and that installation will start, first phase will actually begin next week. Compressor cooling, we actually finished this 2 days ago. So our compressors were running water straight through the compressor to cool down the pump and then go straight down the drain. So we spent a lot of money of water and sewer going straight down literally the drain. So we're hoping that will actually save us about $10,000 a year in water and sewer charges. And we're in the process of updating our surveillance camera systems. We've got 9 cameras on property currently, and our goal is to get to 24. In our mezzanine area, we're going to be converting those LED lights. So those are all the things that are actively occurring. Some of the future projects to finish the parking lot expansion, we'll come to you with that, of The area, once it's completed, our goal is to have it completely asphalted, seal the whole property, stripe the whole property, and address a few areas that are choke points that we will expand the drive areas and such, and then asphalt that. We're gonna look at design features in our parking areas to prevent the drifting donuts, Brodies, whatever anyone calls them. That's why I had to put all different references here. It's a significant problem. We know twice already that somebody's crashed into the concrete footing for our light fixtures, and I've seen one personally go into the landscape and hit a tree. So we're just having a lot of problems. So we're going to try to come up with some ways to limit that impact. Automate the ice plant system. So when we had that R22 leak, you would ask the question, how can we prevent this? One of them is automating our ice plant because it is 20 years old. And with that would be sensor readings, alarms, all that, because right now it's all, if you don't go in the room, you don't know what's happening. So this is a proposal we'll have coming up pretty soon. Looking at upgrading sound systems, sound acoustics, software for facility management, ice maintenance, work orders, operational logs, and record keeping. We've used different programs that just haven't worked, so we're going to go to industry-specific stuff so we can hopefully do a better job there. And looking at replacing all the rubber flooring, the rinks, the lockers, hallways, and lobby, and looking at what is left in the turf field surface and how we would proceed.
When you say looking at what's left in the turf field surface, does that have a given serviceable life or something? How does that work?
Yeah, a fresh, new, happy turf. One is the turf that was installed, we literally had to repaint every 3 to 4 weeks the lines for soccer, where standard turf now would actually have permanent lines and markings. Then with all the vehicle traffic, the event setup, and the different things that we've been using the turf field for, which was not its intended use, the breakdown of the fibers, the rubber ball stuff, it's to a point where we need to look at replacing it. And then does that tie into any expansions and ideas like that, which I'll have here in a second, but yeah. Was it meant to?
Would that be safety oriented, for the safety of?
Also, yeah, it's a combination of safety. We encourage a lot of the organizations for them not to wear cleats because because the turf underneath it is actually dirt, so it's not on a concrete surface. But the wear and tear, we have spots that are kind of worn or depressed from if we've had different events on it, things like that. So it's worn, it's usable, but I think for our standards that we want to maintain for what we're offering our community, we're looking at that replacement.
And Mr. Graham, if you've never been there to an event with a pair of heels on, you ought to try it.
How do you know I haven't been there with a pair of heels?
I try to watch you. Mr. Johnson.
Yes, go ahead. I think I talked to you sometime later in the fall. I've never been an RV owner before, but in the fall I bought an RV owner only to discover that there are 2 dump stations in Wasilla. There's the one at Three Bears, and then there's ours at Menards. Unfortunately, ours is not winterized, and we see an awful lot of RVs still coming through with no dump station capabilities. So I was wondering if you could think of that as adding it to a project to upgrade ours so we could be open longer than Three Bears. Thank you.
And I do know that's something Councilmember Graham and I have talked. We did do some research. It's a $4,000 to $5,000 investment for the station, and then it's a couple $1,000s a year to maintain the commissions. Our history, and I know it's one of those, if you advertise it, they will come, but if you're not open, they won't spend the money. The revenue we've produced in the past has not been significant, but any way I can make money, if it helps, we're good. Yeah.
And are you looking at replacing the dance floor? I know it's currently unusable, it's been unusable for several years. And currently people have access do a dance floor, they can rent one off-site and have it installed on-site, but is that something that's
The dance floor that was purchased used, that we then use, basically has been auctioned off. We can't use it anymore. So we do not have a dance floor at this time. Kind of with the idea of, if I've got only so many dollars to ask, because there's dance floors available through rental companies, we just kind of said, well, because it's gonna cost us $20,000, $30,000. Probably would make, best case, $2,000 a year. So we've kind of been, big part of what we're trying to do is focus in on systems, things like that need the money. But the dance floor usage has gone down significantly. It might be because it wasn't very good, but we just figured that's something that, to do it right, because the old one that we actually had to assemble it, and it would require probably 6 to 8 man hours. The new systems, which are expensive, can be done a lot quicker, but we were just looking to spend our money elsewhere.
And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying we should buy one, but I'm glad you're looking at it and saying, you know, it's available downtown. Why does the city need to be in that business? So that's good.
Yeah, and a big part about that decision when we did sell it was really because we have such tight turnaround times, from soccer to an event setup to break it down, when we had to spend so much time on the dance floor. Then also the dance floor assembly or breakdown was also had to be tied into when the lighting guy had to get up, or we had to move tables, chairs, get the forklift in. So it just was a very cumbersome process for us, and we got out of that business. Next goal, again, is to continually to update our facility procedures and expand our staff training. Big part of what we're wanting to do is have a nice, complete written procedures for everything, job hazard analysis, emergency procedures, all that kind of stuff. And we just, you know, like everyone, you get knee deep in the daily operations, and stopping to the right procedure doesn't happen, but we review it. So this is a huge push for us this year, so that everyone is getting the same training and across the board. Big time consumer has been and will continue to be Arctic Winter Games. We're very excited. I think the countdown now is under 2 months. And it's going to be crazy, but we're excited. We will be again the host site for the opening ceremonies, the closing ceremonies, boys and girls hockey and championship hockey, and the Dene game. So we've been spending a lot of staff time there in preparation for, and doing a lot of the upgrades to the facility, so when the whole world shows up at our door, we've got an amazing place. So, big question is, again, what happens in the next potential 20 years? Do we replace the turf field with just a new field? Do we look at converting to convention meeting space, basketball, volleyball, community center type amenities, indoor playgrounds, full-size soccer, whatnot? I think certainly going forward, a survey feasibility study is in kind of order for that, to kind of really know what the community wants. And I think I've said it before, we keep finding our facility stuck in the middle, because we were supposed to just be a sports facility, but now we do sports, we do events, those events impact the sports impact the events. So how do we want to move forward? And so that is a question to keep asking ourselves and develop a plan for. So our impact isn't just the city Wasilla residents. We hit every corner of the borough with graduations. State of Alaska with all our state tournaments, from Juneau's to Bethel's, to every corner they come to our facility. Lower 48, we've had people from different states come up. Now with Arctic Winter Games, 8 different country territories are going to be in our facility. So what we've been doing is working. How do we go forward? How do we keep being that presence? is certainly a big question, but it's been a privilege to be able to have the impact on so many people in so many different places. Any other Menard Sports Center questions?
Mayor. So, in your presentation, I didn't see any mention of maintaining or improving access to the historical buildings out there. Is that going to fall under recreation services, or is that going to fall under Menards?
You're talking about the trench cabin in the schoolhouse? Yes, and the rail car. There's no plans with those. I think they were brought there with an intention to become a village and whatnot. I think a former mayor liked to get any of those kind of buildings when he could, but there are no plans to do anything with them at this time. All right, I'll transition to recreational services. So some of our accomplishments. Last year we had an amazing 4th of July Mayor's Picnic. I think it was the largest in our history. The last couple of years fireworks shows have been, I think, some of the best and biggest that we've had, and that's certainly the feedback. So we keep fine-tuning all these different activities. The Music in the Park series, we expanded that. Not only, I think we added a day, but we also moved it to Saturdays, and we went from a 3 to a 9-hour event. And those have done amazingly well. Cleanup days, there's over 8 tons of trash collected. And our Park and Rec Facebook followers, we had a 10% increase to over 3,000 at this time. So what's next? How do we go forward? What we're looking at is the Music in the Park series to expand it even more and start Memorial Weekend and then go through 4th of July in that finale. New Year's Eve fireworks show to go bigger. So the current show that we do has been limited to 3-inch shells, and it's been a really, really good local hometown show. But we're looking at within the possibility of going to 4, 5, 6-inch shells and kind of take the show up another notch. And with that, possibly working with a radio station so they could be broadcasting live. Do food trucks, giveaways, and things like that, because the amount of people, the last 2 years especially, that are physically there in the park has gone up dramatically, and so it's kind of becoming an event of itself, not just to watch it. Looking at with the 4th of July picnic to potentially expand the event area, which is the grass along the backside of the fire station there, and then almost create a Music in the Park type setting so that people can go over there, because the intention's always been with the Mayor's Picnic, it's a free event to the community, but we can expand it with Music in the Park and maybe do some food trucks, do other activities and programming, so we're looking at how to expand that part. We are working on our Park Passport program, so we've got a sustainable design group, and they're working on that. And the intention is we've selected 4 of the parks, and they're doing historical, botanical, life, whatever it might be, if it's the ducks, whatever, so that we can kind of teach the kids about what's in the parks and create an opportunity for them to be educated. And then what we would do is expand this onto our website so that we can start learning about the history of the parks. Who is Nunley? Who is Carter? Those kind of things. And then city parks, keep working with Public Works to improve our park amenities, if it's through Bumpus softball fields, as we've heard, and the Idita Park tennis courts, restroom facilities, and then analyze the Park and Rec master plan to kind of evaluate for play for all, adaptive inclusive usage, and senior fitness. That is what we've got going on. Any questions?
Any questions? Seeing none?
Oh, no.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you.
That's okay. Thank you. So as far as improving the parks, some of our parks could use a little bit of freshening up. I think it's Iditarod Park where we've got all the swing sets and all of that. That really needs to be improved. We're state of the art probably 25 years ago, but now it's there, needs refreshing. Is there any plans to do that?
So I believe Wonderland went through kind of a maintenance upgrade this last summer. And I think that bought us another 3 or 4 years of kind of shelf life for what is there. And then we've recently met with some of the playground manufacturers, and they're going to come in and analyze all our parks and playgrounds, and so that we can come to you with a kind of a big picture plan. Yeah.
Eric?
And just to piggyback on that, our staff is planning for spring inspections. We have several playground inspection staff that have received training to inspect playgrounds, so they're working on the condition assessment for those as we develop the parks master plan framework.
Mayor. And Scott, do we have any unused property that's designated as parks land? I thought we had a couple of parcels that were never developed as parkland, but were identified perhaps for future.
Nothing that I'm aware of, and that would probably again be an Eric follow-up.
Through the mayor, I'm not aware of any, but that's one of our weaknesses, is having a comprehensive list of our properties and identifying what they could be used for. You know, that's kind of the comp plan that we need to update, is where the properties are and if we've identified uses for them. And but I don't know any off the top of my head, but I don't have enough history to speak about it at this point.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Seeing none. Thanks, Scott.
Thank you.
Okay, we are going to skip the clerk, and we're going to human resources. Sydney.
Great presentation, Jamie. First off, I'd like to state for the record, nobody in your current HR department was responsible for the tagline, "Cow, welcome to the herd." You will never take ownership for that, and we will try everything in our power to change it. And I could actually end my presentation there, but we won't. This is our vision statement for the herd. It has not changed from Monday, but I'll read it again. The Human Resources Department aspires to be the model for excellence in leadership by delivering strategic and progressive human resources solutions and counsel that support and enable the city's mission and strategy. We aspire to be the catalyst that makes the city of Wasilla an employer of choice in the valley. And some of that fine print underneath that vision that we're going to, as part of our goals, is create approaches and strategies that ensure we have the organization and workforce needed to deliver on the city's mission, provide HR counsel and trusted partnership to leaders, employees, and the council, facilitate organizational change and alignment, support and advance a diverse and inclusive culture aligned with the city values, ensure fair and compliant HR practices across the city, drive effective and efficient HR operations, systems, processes that demonstrate stewardship of the city's resources. And we're going to go through a couple of those now. Facilitate organizational change and alignment is one of the first goals. Use the ERP design and implementation process to develop streamlined and modern workflows. The first one is to collaborate with each department to determine the best operating practices to help the city move from the forest to the clouds. Right now, almost every process we have in a city is run through paper, and that is inefficient and just leads to more and more problems and mistakes. Use the ERP process to create better user experiences, increase efficiency, ensure quality information, and develop new lines of communications between departments. And some of the functions that can be improved with software upgrades are payroll, electronic scheduling and time clocks, purchasing, and onboarding employee files. To answer a question that you had earlier, one of the things we do believe going through this is that we will create a lot of increased efficiency with our people that will allow them to actually do more with in less time. But as we have told everybody that we have been educating on this, is that we are looking to upgrade our software system, not downsize our employees. So that is what we are looking at to do really with the ERP system. Yes, sir.
Define ERP, break out that acronym.
Enterprise Resource Planning.
Enterprise, okay, thank you.
It's much better than CAL. The next goal is ensure fair and compliant HR practices across the board. Develop a disciplinary process that is fair and equitable and implement that system throughout the city. Right now, there is not one that is actually developed and documented, so we need to actually get one that is documented and developed so that we can have that throughout the system so that everybody knows what their disciplinary process is. Because the quickest way for any organization to get in trouble with the legal system or any federal agency is the inconsistent treatment of employees. So we will train our supervisors and managers and even our employees on the increased regulatory nature of HR. Because every day there's a new lawsuit that's getting settled that is creating new laws and new processes for HR. And again, the best way to get in trouble with the EEOC or any other place is that you treat employees differently during the disciplinary process or even the hiring process. So we have to make sure we are doing that consistent throughout the system. And one of the key factors also in this is developing trust within the organization. Treat all employees ethically and be transparent in all our communications and decision-making processes. The third one here is create approaches and strategies that ensure we have the organization and workforce needed to deliver on the city's mission. The first one that we'll be going through very quickly, hopefully, is a compensation survey to determine the best structure for the city pay scales and steps. While doing that, we are also looking to redesign the benefit structure to increase our recruitment and retention, and finally to build the city's brand within the valley to help in recruitment. One thing that we actually launched Thursday at 4 o'clock, we actually launched a 15-question employee survey. And it went out at Thursday at 4 o'clock, and by Friday at 5:30, we had over 47 responses already in hand, which for a survey is, when you get over 20% on a survey, you're doing a great job. So the people are really wanting to be heard, and we ask questions, anything from compensation, we ask about benefits, we even asked if they felt safe coming to work, from harassment, from retaliation, from all those things. And unfortunately, we've had at least one no on that, and even one's too many, so we will look into what they said there. But we asked all questions just to make sure where we stood and to see what we need to do going forward.
Mr. Johnson.
I want to thank you for the survey. I think that was discussed in a previous city council meeting. I don't know if that was the reason why, but
actually it was.
Commend your efforts. Thank you.
Mr. Graham.
So much like Public Works has a process where I can report a pothole in my street or a snow pile or a street light that's out or anything like that. Through the website, do employees have a similar way to anonymously go essentially directly to you to have things handled without attaching their name to an email or?
They do, but one of the questions we asked is if they knew the process for filing workers' comp claims, for filing harassment claims. And there was, a vast majority said yes, but there was some that said no. So at an HR perspective, that means even if there is one no, again, we're going to do training so that everybody knows how to handle harassment, how to report it, and how to report workers' comp and everything like that. Because again, in the HR field, when you get one no, that's a failure in some aspects. So. And that was me, because you hadn't heard enough of me from Monday, so any other questions? And also I learned that any presentation done after lunch, the quicker is the better.
Seeing no questions. Thank you, Sydney.
Thank you.
Library, Zane.
Hello, Council. Thank you for having me here.
try to keep it kind of brief, and I wanted to leave quite a bit of time at the end for questions if you had any questions for what's happening library-wise. So our vision statement is continue to meet informational and recreational needs of community patrons, mainly through our physical items, but we also have online things that people can use in our programming. So our goal, number one, our first goal is kind of short term, what we're trying to do that'll help our staff and also help our patrons in kind of the immediate thing. We're working on offering staff training opportunities, trying to be a little more proactive with that. With how busy we are, it's kind of hard to get them away from the desk to have that time, but we are working on that. We are having a couple of librarians be able to go to the ACLA conference in August. It's a good conference to see what's going on in the state, but they'll also learn about their particular areas with youth services and then also with the adult programming. We're looking at maybe having a staff member certified as a notary because we don't have one at the library. We get that question quite a bit. And we're looking into adding an ATM. We'll just see if that's feasible because we only take cash or check at the library. And so they can pay online through logging into their account, but that's a question that comes up and we think it might help people. It's just to make it easier for the patrons as they come in and want to take care of different aspects in their using the library. The strategies are, look at that. As far as goal 2, kind of a intermediate goal, we're looking at adding a full-time library aide 3 position. This with emphasis on the job description on cataloging and helping with programming. The reason why we're doing that is right now we have 11 full-time equivalents at the library. With the amount of use we're having at the front desk, and also with our main cataloger for adult services is getting ready, possibly talking about retirement in the next couple of years or so. We're looking at transitioning to doing that, helping her learn, well, not her, help whoever gets the cataloging position or to help out with that, kind of learn on the over the next couple of years, but also help with our programming, with our youth programming. I think our youth programming is really strong. We have the youth services librarian and a couple of their staff helping with that. We'd like to build up our teen programming and our adult programming a bit more. We do have some of the programming that's being done by or some programs at the library done by the Friends for Adults. We have a knitting circle group that meets right before the book club. We also have, they're looking into doing a senior a program for seniors where they can come and meet an artist and do some practical application, learning about different art skills and things like that. That's part of a national program. It's just kind of in the works now that we might be adding to our library. The position here is also in line with our goal number 3, or moving towards that. We're open 6 days a week with the 11 people full-time equivalents. It's our trying to cover Mondays and Saturdays with the staff is harder to do, and so our hours on Mondays we're open 2 to 6 on Mondays, and so because of how busy the library is located is during the times that we're open, we really need to have 4 stations covered at all times: the book drop, 2 at the front desk, and 1 at reference youth services area. To do that. To be open more hours, I try not to have people on the desk more than 4 hours in a row because of burnout and they're dealing with a couple hundred patrons in those 4 hours. And so we're trying to, by adding this position, also help us move our hours around a little bit amongst the staff and cover some desks a little better. I don't think this position wouldn't allow us to open that extra hours right off the bat, but we may have to look at it and shuffle it, and that's more of a long-term goal to see what happens as far as opening more hours, especially on Mondays, then possibly earlier during the week, and take a look at Saturday, although that's our least busy day. Actually, Saturday we're open 1 to 5, and just per hour, if you look at that, that's our least busiest day. I think.
So Zane, how do our library hours, open for business hours, and of course, we're fully funded by the city, not receiving anything from the borough. How do our library hours compare with, say, Palmer and Willow?
So we're actually less. We're open 40 hours a week, spread over those six days. The reason for this is the volume. I know it sounds maybe counterintuitive, maybe, but because of the amount of we have, our staff do everything: the processing, the working on the desk, the registrations, help with technology, those kind of things. So Big Lake and Palmer. Well, Palmer with their closures not open as many hours as they're open about. I believe they're right around 40 again, and that's 5 days a week. As far as raising the 40, I think we're not quite. The state recommends for a city over 10,000 people that you're open 50 hours a week. To do that and have 4 stations staffed at all time, I think it'd be difficult to do with the current staffing, if not impossible without burning out staff.
And don't get me wrong, I'm not suggesting that we work the staff more. I'm just trying to figure out if we're providing similar services. Big Lake and Willow, those libraries operate completely off of borough funds. We fight all the time to get money out of the borough to help out with our library, but I'm just trying to find a baseline there. If we're providing 90% of what the borough is providing, then maybe that might just give me some fodder.
Okay, so with our programming, we're doing we're doing what they're doing, but on a higher volume. So like when they're adding so for instance, we checked out 4,442 items last week. Big Lake checked out less than 1,000. Palmer was 1,000. So we're dealing with the volume that we're doing that has to go back on the shelf. We're ordering more books, those kind of things. So I think it's, and they're able to staff their desk with one person sometimes. The library with one person. They're trying to get it to where they do 2 people at all times for security reasons. But when you can staff a library with one person and you have 4 or 5 staff, you can cover more hours than staffing 40 with four people at all times. Does that help?
Yes, it does. Thank
And one other thing, you mentioned the borough. We do keep statistics on where our patrons their card comes from, or where their address is, and we do anywhere from any given week, 80 to 85% of our patrons are from outside city limits. 14%. Just from a week ago, I put this. 14% was from Wasilla residents, 3% to Palmer, less than 1% to Houston. 82% last week was outside the city limits. You can look at that variety of ways. They're coming here paying sales tax, but that's a fact. We get all our money from the city and there. So, which also leads to the other thing. We're slightly less than 10,000 according to the state, so we're not required to have that 50 hours a week open yet, because we're under 10,000 as a city officially by the 2020 census, I guess. I lost my train of thought there. Sorry about that. But any other questions? Yes.
Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. I really think that the library in general is doing fairly good. I've enjoyed using its services. I use it every week or more, especially with my grandkids. However, with the current situation and public testimony going in front of the library, I was sort of looking for a goal that would figure out how we could better select books to avoid such controversies and problems that we're seeing, at least with public testimony. I think that we could do a better job of selecting things out so we don't have those kind of issues. Thank you.
I think, to be candid, I listened to some of the testimony from Monday night. the patrons that were here are not Wasilla patrons. As library director, I get the complaints come to me about the collection, not just here at City Council. And we have, last year for FY24, or FY23, excuse me, we had 105,000 patrons. And so I think as a whole, the library's doing a good job. I think the selection issue that you're hearing about is more complicated than one group saying that they're not feeling, well, in this case, the group's feeling that we have stuff that they don't want us to have. And I think the testimony that we heard November 27th from or the information given from the city attorney was that some of those materials need to be in the library. On a matter of record, the book that was read Monday night was not in our library, has not been in our library. That was portrayed, my understanding is it was portrayed as being from our library. It is not. It was not there. It may never have been there. It was a 2017 book. I think as far as if individuals go to our library shelves and look in a particular area to see if how the representative they are of a particular topic, or if we look at conservative or liberal or any other topic, and you're looking on the shelf and not searching the catalog, which can be complicated, and to see what's actually there. If you're looking on the shelf, we're having 17 to March last year, we had 27 items checked out of the library, which means out of a 70,000 collection, which is what we have in our library, anywhere 20,000 of those could be out. The popular ones, the ones people are checking out, the ones that are left behind are the ones they may not be as popular or interested in. So it may seem like if you look on the shelf, well, it's all fighter aircraft or whatever. Well, people aren't interested in fighter aircraft at that particular time, and so all the tank books are out. I'm just throwing something out there. But so I think to be a representative of what's in the collection, as this library director, I am more than happy to meet with any and all of the council, and we can look at the collection, and we can look at how things are selected, and we can, I think our city attorney suggested that we possibly revisit a library board or something along those lines after things are taken care of with the lawsuit with the school board and with the attorney general's letter. They're opposite of each other, if you will. So it's kind of a volatile time to be changing things based on a couple people or a handful of people, in my opinion. But like I said, I'm happy to talk to anyone about it. I've been here a little over 4 years now as a library director. Book challenges have been a national thing. Ramping up nationally for about 3 years, and last year, and then this year, and a little bit of last year is when it hit this area. And so the first book challenge that I received was, as a library director, was this year in the summer. And I think the staff's doing a good job selecting. There's always room to improve, but I think as a library as a whole, it's doing a good job. And I'm willing to talk to any and all.
Okay, is there any other questions for Zane? Thank you, Zane. And now, Miss Bethany, the museum.
Afternoon, council members. Thank you for letting me be here. I appreciate your support over the last 16 years almost I've been here. And thank you to the mayor for allowing us to present. An adage that we have in the public information series is be brief, be brilliant, be gone. And I will attempt to do that to get us on the way. The Wasilla Museum and Visitor Center, we recently updated our logo. This is our new logo with our line Share, Remember, Engage. Our mission is using stories and imagination to foster community. That opens up our ability to do more for our community than just Wasilla history and just the past. It allows us to expand. The vision statement of the Wasilla Museum is the Wasilla Museum and Visitor Center will amplify the power of personal stories to enrich our shared experiences, being a home for collections, programs, staff that reflect and serve the varied experiences of our community, a partner in lifelong learning, allowing people to make connections between history and today's world, an advocate for and steward of historical resources, and facilitator for compelling, meaningful, and enjoyable learning experiences, a workplace that attracts, retains, and develops talented people and enables them to do excellent work, a vibrant social, cultural, and economic center for the community. And then we have a strategy on how we do that. You guys can read that on your own. So we are going to go through our goals first. These are ongoing goals. There are parts that will be completed each year to then finally get to these goals probably in 2009 to then increase and do more later on. So our first goal is economic development and diversification. Promote economic development and diversification by upgrading, building, or renovating one museum and/or town site building annually, beginning December 2023 for rentals, exhibits, and museum use. I'm only going to highlight a few things under here. So we've been working with Public Works on renovations of the Dorothy Page Center, which is the old museum, some of you may remember, to accommodate rentals, exhibits, and emergency use beginning in June of 2024. The reason that has been delayed is that there was trace elements of asbestos found as they were renovating, so we had to close the entire building, which our collections are actually in the basement of that building, which then has limited what we are able to do. We're still moving forward with our exhibits and events. We are looking to install 2 ADA accessible public restrooms in the town site to facilitate community usage of the park and town site building rentals. Present updated proposal to the Matsu Health Foundation for funding assistance following their grant deadlines. The first proposal that was given a few years ago was too much for them to do, so looking at what we can do to initiate most of the work and then having them assist with construction of it. We also want to update our tech, because we have people who are using our museum for rentals. They need the Wi-Fi, they need internet, they need the capability to have trainings and have these online forums for people. We hosted the Matsu Borough Historic Preservation Commission, and that is one of their tenets, is they do need to have that public interaction and access. We do have 14 historic buildings that we care for with the museum, 2 of them being out at the sports complex. It is on our radar of what we're going to do with those. I apologize, Scott, we talked earlier last year but haven't followed up yet, so I will make sure I follow up with you. We also are monitoring the train depot as well, since that is on the National Register of Historic Places. And with these rentals, I do want to send a thank you to Finance for giving us the Clover system so we can take payments, but doing an online option would be amazing. So I'll be working with you guys on that. Goal 1B, promote economic development and diversification by applying for 2 grants per year to assist with collections preservation and/or exhibit development to increase access to Wasilla's history by 50% online and in-person interaction. We're trying to make research more available. We're trying to make our archives as well as our museum information available to everyone. We're researching, developing, and installing permanent and temporary exhibits through grant funding and city funding to assist in purchasing collections and supplies that preserve and enhance our exhibits. And collection supplies are not cheap. Grant funding opportunities, they are becoming few and far between, and they are becoming more and more dedicated to certain things, not necessarily buildings, but educational programming. So how can you maneuver within those limitations to get what you need? And how can you leverage one to help support another one? So the Alaska State Museum Grant and Aid has provided for interns in the past. We'll be looking at those. The Alaska Museums Alaska Collections Management Fund, we have applied for those for artwork and for collection pieces. And the Museums Alaska, Collections Management Fund for collection protection, and Alaska Museums Alaska Art Acquisition Fund for artwork obtaining artwork. We used this a few years ago to get bronze statues of sled dogs. Those will ultimately be installed outside to hopefully entice visitors and let them know what the building actually is. We still had a lady come in yesterday thinking we were still the library, so we directed her to using. And we were collaborating with IT department to automate our digitization and preservation to provide accessibility to digital archives, as well as to help collect that data. One of the problems we have is I have to manually, so we do the old tick marks, who comes in, who we've seen, those kind of things. We don't have the automated, door sensors. We don't have anything on the town site, so we don't see who comes into there unless I sit down and monitor all the cameras that we have there, which is 3. So that doesn't get all of the area. And so then I have to mark all those down and tally all that up, which takes away from everything else that we were doing. Goal 2, modernize the museum procedures, policies, monitoring systems to increase safety and security of information, staff, and collections by providing 1 online form per year, 2 online brochures per year, and posting updated collections policy and museums documentation by June 2024. This is increasing accessibility and understanding of our community to all museum patrons through interactive and online exhibits that are created and archived for future reference. One of those, a lot of people leave boxes on our doorstep. Unfortunately, we have no capability or ownership if anyone doesn't sign that over to us. So if we find a box on the doorstep, we literally have to care for it for 7 years, according to Alaska state statute. After that, we then have to advertise in the print newspaper, and we have to use funding for that. And then if no one then comes to claim it, we can take ownership of it, and at that point, it becomes part of our collection. Again, a lot of time, a lot of documentation, so I'll explain the accomplishments a little bit more, but the Museums Alaska will be going to the legislature this year to lobby for changing that state statute to make it to where we don't have to do the print advertising, and also to where maybe we can limit the statute or the time frame. So hopefully maybe after 2 years of owning or holding it, we would then be able to own it. Yes, ma'am.
Excuse me. Can you put a big sign that says donations not accepted?
We have. We've put a large sign on all of our doors and information. Again, I was hoping to keep the questions till the end, but I'll answer that.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. So we do have a sign on there that explains the process, explains what we need from people, and I hate to say deter them from dropping it off, but try to make sure they come while we're open. So, again, part of all of this is ensuring the proper documentation, ownership, copyright verification, condition reporting, photography, cleaning, care, rehousing, and/or exhibit display of the of 100 collection items annually through our online database. I'll talk more about that in our accomplishments. Again, it's an ongoing process. We have over 10,000 items in our collection, so this is not going to happen tomorrow. Continuing to install upgraded environmental monitoring and collections areas in our buildings. Install 2 new sensors per year until all the buildings, floors, and collection spaces have monitors. I'll explain that in our accomplishments as well. Goal 3A, develop a green space between the 2 museum buildings and town site in partnership with the City Comprehensive Plan, the Downtown Overlay, and the Main Street Couplet projects, slated for 2024 to 2026. This will promote community and connection through outdoor exhibits, interactive installations, and art. We are looking to provide outdoor exhibits in the green space to encourage tour operators, tourism, and locals throughout the year. We're currently working with Matsu Central art students on a mural in this green space. We're hoping to have that installed in 2024 and working with the planning department on that. Develop and reinforce these community partnerships for funding for these outdoor sculptures, exhibits, and events in the green space, as well as visitor center information and waypoints for when the museum is unavailable due to staffing. Part of that could be from the Museums Alaska Art Acquisition Fund, because we are able now to commission artwork that can be paid by that. And continue to develop partnerships with local, state, and national organizations to rent or create exhibits that provide an understanding of the larger world story and incorporate our community experience within the larger context. We work with the Alaska State Museum. We've had interns. We would like to have an intern again in 2025, when that funding will become available. Mat-Su Salmon Partnership, the Rotary, Mat-Su Borough Office of Emergency Management, and we have recently started collaboration with the Alzheimer's Resources of Alaska, as well as the, I'm going to get the name wrong, Alaska Center for the Blind and Visually Impaired, to make it more inclusive that everybody can experience these exhibits and events that we have. Goal 3, 3B, is to incorporate emergency preparedness throughout museum exhibits, collections, and events annually to assist in mitigating hazards and promoting museum and community resilience and recovery by 40%. Part of that includes developing these innovative collections, housing, and exhibits displays that can be easily moved during a disaster and reinstalled after the disaster has passed. This means that if we have a wildfire projected to come through, we can move all of our collections out of the area. If we are not damaged by that, then we can bring those collections back in, or open back up, and we have a limited amount of downtime for staff. We're also applying for hazard mitigation grants to create redundancy of museums' collections areas to include a generator. And then we're updating the emergency disaster preparedness and recovery plan, continuity of operations plan for the museum, for our collections, our visitors, and our safety. We are also looking at the HEART program, which is Heritage Emergency and Recovery, which is a partnership between Smithsonian and FEMA. Goal 3C, incorporate safety measures through all operations at the museum to decrease staff injuries by 50% by January 2025, and increase staff morale and satisfaction by 75% by January 2025. That does not mean that our morale is so low that we need to increase it by 75%. Just want to say that to get to 100%, we really want to basically 75% of that extra 20% we need to increase to get to 100% is what we're trying to work through. We're developing innovative collections, housing, and exhibits displays that can be easily moved without limited injury to staff. Part of the process as we're in our new space is we are making it as movable and as adaptable as possible to what the needs of the community, what the needs of the museum are, and we cannot have static exhibits that never move. Those also don't allow us to incorporate new information as it comes available and to obtain and create more partnerships and more interactivity with these objects. We're applying for grants to incorporate staff safety. Since we do have multiple buildings and multiple areas and limited staff, I can't have a person out in the town site while the other person is in the museum without a panic button or a remote way to get assistance there. So looking at those, installing more cameras throughout the buildings and the outdoor areas of the museums. We have patrons who are staying after our events to walk us to our cars because they don't feel we're safe going there. So that is something we want to work on, that our patrons know that we are safe. So our accomplishments. I never get to this part throughout all the presentations, so I'm very excited to get to this year. Goal 1A, exhibits. We have community collaborations. This last year in March, we had the Mat-Su School District Student Art Exhibit. So we had art from Wasilla High School, Wasilla Middle School, Mat-Su Central, Fronteras, and Palmer High School that were on display for the month of March in our museum. It's the first time we've hosted it. It used to be hosted at Palmer, so we're working to get it hosted again this year. I'll explain a little bit of the fun logistics that will be March in our world. Cinco de Mayo exhibit, we had the Valley Center for Recycling Solutions had their Second Skin exhibit, taking recycled clothing and making artwork out of it. So they will be coming back in August. We're excited to have them back again. And then a new, this is actually the 4th year we've hosted Dia de los Muertos, which is a community remembrance of members of our community, families, pets, and it is growing in popularity. So we will be continuing with that. We've been very excited that we were able to obtain the Arctic Winter Games exhibit. This we did host a partial part of this exhibit back in 2011, I believe it was, 2010, 2011. We do have the full exhibit this time. It just arrived yesterday after taking a walkabout in Anchorage on Thursday after flying up on Wednesday, so it's definitely traveled. So we will be opening that on Monday, starting to install it. That will be on display through April 2024. That explains the history of the games. It also has the entire pin collection from the history of the game, so all the different pins that were created. The gentleman who collects those is available for a program to talk about the history of the games, to talk about his collecting of those pins. We have a bib from previous games and a few other items. Again, once I get into all the crates, we'll be able to explain more in the future. We've already have all of our exhibits planned for 2024, and we are now booking for 2025. Normally, we're scrambling last minute to get things, but we're a year ahead of schedule. So, our collections. We have donated to us 7 collections totaling over 250 objects and archives. We have completed the copyright reviews on those items, the cleaning, condition reporting, and determination of preservation needs. They've been photographed or scanned, depending on the object. They've been rehoused for storage and or prepared for displayed. Our Conserve integrated pest management system was established. Conserve is also our environmental monitoring station, and we added 3 more environmental monitoring stations. We do need to increase to a total of 16, and with these additional 3, we have 6. So we're still trying to get to those 16 monitoring stations. Pre-2023 collections, so these are collections that were given prior to 2023. 50 of those objects have been rehoused. 90 new entries have been entered into our Past Perfect database. File integrity checks on 54 oral history interviews and backups, which was 108 files total. 1,800 oral history and photograph files were copied to our digital archives, and 30 oral history copyright reviews were completed. We moved artwork to the wall storage and more fragile artwork to storage on the rolling shelves or in flat files for protection. We also received the Dorothy Saxton collection. She was a commissioner here in the Valley. She used to do marriages. So we had 300 plus documents of her time here in the Valley, marriage certificates, death certificates, other items. 300 of those documents sorted, cleaned, scanned, and due to the nature of them were delivered to the state archives. We were able to keep digital copies for ourselves of things that related to here, but the originals all went to the state archives. And that helped them with their workload as well. Our museum buildings, we installed additional Conserve environmental monitoring. So again, I told you, we're up to 8 sensors. So we need a minimum of 4 more to facilitate the basic monitoring, but to get the full monitoring, we need a full 16. Work with Public Works Director to facilitate the renovation of the Dorothy Page Center. It looks like the RFP has been awarded for the asbestos abatement. We're hoping that that work will be done by March 2024, and then our guys can get in, meaning the Public Works guys can get in to renovate that, hopefully for rentals by June 2024. We shall see. But again, with that building, most of our collections are currently next door downstairs, which means with the asbestos finding, everything's been locked down. So staff has not been able to get in there since November of last year, November 2023, I believe it is. So we've had a pause on some activities, but we have a lot more to do, so there's not been a stop in work. Goal 3, partners. Develop and reinforce our community partnerships for outdoor sculptures, art projects, exhibits, and programming events. Our partners currently include the Matsu Borough School District, Matsu Central, Fronteras, Boy Scouts, Alzheimer's Resource of Alaska, Alaska Center for the Blind and Visually Impaired, the Matsu Salmon Basin Partnership, and the Matsu Borough Emergency Management. Those are all ones that we have done in the past 12 months. We're working with the Matsu Central Art class to develop a community mural. This sounds like it's an easy project, but there's educational training on artwork and copyright so that the students themselves know that they own the copyright to the artwork that goes on our walls. And so we need to enter a partnership into them as to how that copyright goes, if we'll be able to make postcards of it, since it is their intellectual copyright. The initial design has been created, the base color painted on the museum wall. Spring 2024 is planned for the installation of it, but because of the length of it, it falls into the downtown overlay, so we need to have planning to approve the mural. We're working with Fronteras Charter School for cultural exhibits and activities, including Cinco de Mayo, Sugar Skull Workshop, and our Dia de los Muertos exhibit. They did an excellent job this year with folk dancing and explaining the history of the celebration. We also assisted with planning the logistics for the 4th of July parade. We partnered with the Alaska Defense Force, Matsu Central Fire Department, Wasilla PD, Red Cross, Northern Dame to create the logistics plan for the floats coming from the high school all the way through and then back. The museum itself rented bathrooms this year for the 4th of July. They were definitely well used. I will just say that. We planned and executed our annual community block party and our annual Christmas celebration. And in reference to all of these, you have to remember it's myself, Megan, who is our museum aide, and that's pretty much about it until we come to the summer, which we then get a part-time temp. So that's what we have at the museum. We've been working on a volunteer program, so trying to get those rules and regulations in place and as to what job descriptions those volunteers will do. I assisted with the Matsu Borough emergency management exercises, including one on flooding and one on earthquakes. I was a panelist selected for the Coalition of State Museum Association panel about emerging professionals. We are a participant in the newly formed Alaska Heritage Emergency Network. This is something that came about before Typhoon Merbok hit Nome, but has increased due to recent flooding in Copper River because of the library flooding in Copper River, because of Typhoon Merbok. There's been some other ice jam issues in Eagle with their area. So what we're looking at doing is how we can help each other in emergencies protect our cultural heritage. That's what that is about. I was elected secretary and now later president of the Museums Alaska statewide organization. I was appointed as vice president for the Alaska Emergency Managers Association. I took the Advanced Public Information Officer course. During that course, I was then selected. I was one of 24 selected for the 2024 cohort of the Master Public Information Officer. There were 60 applicants, 24 was chosen. This is the first international cohort, and when completed, I'll be one of 175 MPIOs in the nation. My undergraduate is in journalism, my master's in museum science. These worlds are converging because of the instances that are happening. It's not if a disaster is going to happen, it's when and how much and what is going to be affected. So, I hope I made my 15 minutes. Do we have any questions?
Mr. Johnson.
Yes, sir. Thank you for holding your question as well.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. It was a very good presentation. I have two questions. On page 99, when you first started in your strategy, you mentioned that the Alaska Railroad Depot is now falling under the museum as it is
For historic preservation. So it is a National Register building, which causes certain things. So when they want to redo their floor, it has to maintain the Secretary of the Interior standards. We have that information. We work with them to figure out how to do it properly so that they're not damaging or
Okay, so we have the responsibility then for that. Okay.
Yes, we're trying to get the chamber to find funding to do that, but within our parameters.
So this relating to the first question, I have two. So this one will just sort of a follow on to the first point. So then, when we had the train coming through, we had everybody in that one room, and there were some pictures on the wall and things like that. Is any of that related to the museum?
Yes, those are our collection pieces. So now, if they are railroad images, we have a breakdown of what belongs to the chamber and what belongs to the museum. We still have a lot of artifacts that have not gone back to the depot yet because we are still working on processing them, cleaning them, and getting ready for safe display. So they're not fully back into the train depot. But that's under our purview to make sure that those objects are cared for and that no damage occurs to them.
So in the summer season, are we planning on opening that room to
Oh, yeah.
passengers coming through?
As far as I know, that's what the chamber
That was
is.
the first question. The second question was in page 108 in your partners. My daughter is really big into sled dogs, and we have one of the premier museums for sled dogs just down the road.
Correct.
But they're not mentioned in your partners. Are we doing anything with the Iditarod Museum people?
We have not in the past. What we've done is we direct people down to the Iditarod because they deal with the Iditarod race. We deal with the mushing culture. So while we would like to partner with them, it hasn't been possible in the past, but with changing of staff, that is something that I can look forward to working on in the future. So maybe our 2025 goal, maybe let me finish 2024 first, I'll get that in 2025.
Any other questions? Thank you, Bethany.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, we will go back to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Council, I'm going to attempt to be brief and brilliant. Vision statement for the municipal clerk's office is trusted service through compliance, consistency, and innovation by investing in internal and external partnerships that deliver superior customer service, and we begin on page 74. If you all want to get there. Okay, so carried, I'm sorry? Oh. Or we can just leave it, everybody has their paper copies, and then the next speaker can just advance to their slides.
Okay.
It's probably more efficient. So our goal established last year was to expand the records management program to incorporate electronics records management. And I'm going to start with a quote here that says, "Think of digital transformation less as a technology project to be finished than as a state of perpetual agility." And I added that slide in. I think that really frames and captures our goal. And it's not something that is going to be, while our project may be in place, you know, in the next year or 2 years, this is something, a project, it's just going to become part of how we do business at the city. It's never going to end. So in December, we entered into a contracting agreement, professional service agreement with a consulting company out of Washington, MG Consulting. The principal's name, a lady, Megan McGregor, is working with us. She, in addition to owning her own company, she was a municipal clerk and records manager in 3 different municipalities in Washington state, from a small size to a mid-size to a very large municipality. She went on to work as an implementation specialist for a very large records management company, and then went on to opening up her own consulting firm. She, in addition to numerous clients within the Pacific Northwest, Megan is also working with the city and borough of Sitka on their records management program. They're very, very impressed with her, very happy. They have a fantastic program. And so I think entering into contract with Megan, we're able to capitalize and piggyback on those wins with Sitka. So next 2 slides, kind of my strategy for that. We have phase 1, 2, and 3. I don't know if you want me to read them, but I think it's pretty self-explanatory. Phase 1 is where we are in that phase now. We're going into our existing retention schedule. We're looking at it, we're revising it, we're looking at new statutes. What records do we have captured? What are some new records that we need to add? Where are we? We're creating records policies, which of course we do have them in place, but those don't manage our digital side of the house, so we're creating new policies. And then we're working on training syllabuses, which will be provide clear and consistent training and documentation for our staff. Next phase would be improve record tracking and disposition. So we're going to come in, we're going to, with Megan on site, we're going to go into our departments, we're going to interview them, we're going to look at the files they have. They're what we call print records, meaning they're paper records. We're going to look at those, evaluate those. I suspect the vast majority of them will be purged. They're probably being over-retained in the department, so we'll get those cleaned out. We'll analyze the record series and decide whether or not those need to be digitized, or if they are truly inactive and not eligible for purge, we want to get those transferred to our record center until destruction is complete. So we are going to organize and log print records for digitization, as I said. We're gonna create folder structures with our existing network. We're gonna migrate those electronic files into the new structure. And why are we gonna do that? Because once we come up with an enterprise content management solution, we'll be able to take those folder structures with the documents directly off of our shared drive and then just dump them into our ECM. Last phase, of course, is after we've figured out what records we have, what we need to manage, how departments use them, who talks to who, how records are managed here. We're going to look with our IT department, we're gonna partner with them, we're gonna look at specifications. So what are some of the things Steve needs, like it needs to be cloud-based, he talked about that. What are some of his requirements, what are our requirements, and then we are going to marry those, and we're gonna come up with a solution to purchase. And so you'll likely see that in next budget cycle, you'll likely see a funding request for that solution. Next slide, you have the estimated timeline for that. Current phase 1, we're doing that now, spring of 2024. We'll move into phase 2 over the summer. Fall will be phase 3, and I have phase 4, winter 2024, winter 2025. I just programmed that in case we need to shift. So any questions there? No? Our second goal was to see services through the eye of the customer, and the strategy was through research, education, and feedback. And with that, we wanted to annually review at least one process or procedure to ensure relevance, flexibility, and efficiency while ensuring compliance with codes and statutes. 2023-2024 accomplishments was we were able to effectively make a change in our notice procedures, which resulted in additional staff time with a little bit of cost savings. We brought our online board application online, so now if you want to apply to be on a city board, you do it all through our website. It was probably the smoothest application process we've ever had. It was amazing. And then, of course, we implemented our candidate profile and position statements, which seemed to really work well. We didn't get one call this year about who's running for office. So clearly the message got out. People were able to find that information, look at the candidates, and then make their determination. And so I did want to just talk about some stats real quick. When I was looking at them just briefly, between 2022 and 2023, we had a 45% increase in legislation. And so what does that mean? That's legislation that comes forward to the city council. It's a process that we go through. It's from receiving it, proofing it, double checking everything, getting it ready for city council to go in a packet, finalizing it when it's adopted, filing it, and getting it posted online. And then we saw a 21% increase in public records requests. That is likely due, we really saw an uptick during the 2023 election, so I imagine that's gonna stabilize. And then voter turnout, I was happy. While we don't have a tremendous voter turnout in Wasilla, it did double from 2022 to 2023. So that's all I have. Any questions?
Thank you. Okay. We're moving on to planning. Crystal.
Okay, we're almost to the end here. The mayor started off with where we're going, and my job is to keep the train on the track somehow. And so planning is one of those projects that I've been working on. So planning, I did not change a vision statement. It's really to create a vibrant and resilient community by encouraging economic development that enhances the quality of life for residents and of all ages and abilities. And so the first goal is to keep the city's adopted plans, make sure they're updated by 2027 to reflect the vision for future growth in the city, and again, encourage economic development in appropriate locations that can create the resiliency that we're looking for the higher paying jobs. And so I just updated from last year. One of the strategies was a landscape code revision, and we did establish the review committee. It came out with even more than what went in. So the revision went to the attorneys. The attorneys, right before Christmas, had a rough draft of paring that down to make it sizable. And we'll be having meetings here in the next month to get that finalized. Also updating the hazardous mitigation plan. That is really important because if we don't have an updated hazardous mitigation plan, we will not qualify for any disaster grants or this interconnect is a project that would qualify under the FEMA for redundancy projects. So it's very important. We got that done within 9 months, and that was between planning and Bethany and the mayor's office and Public Works. It was very collaborative. We have to update our comprehensive plan. The comp plan is a plan that every city has. It's really important to show the compatibility of all your zones and future land use. Ours is 10 years old. It has to be updated. So in this budget coming forward, we'll have the cost associated with updating that plan. I'm going to highly recommend that we go to market for that so we get the highest stakeholder engagement we can, because we have seen the cost of not having stakeholder engagement in writing policy or code. Additionally is to update Title 16, the Land Development Code. So those amendments have been made, and that will be part of the comp plan review when we do it. And then updating our zoning map. We've had 3 applications for rezoning in the last year because they have a commercial lot and they want an industrial lot. So it's really important that we look at those zoning maps, and that will be part of the comp plan as well. Goal two is to review the permit process and the fee schedules associated with it. What I want to emphasize here is it should be clear, it should be predictable, it should be very easy, like a third grader should be able to understand it. We're not there yet. The strategy is to update the permit fees using Citizen Serve. That's, I can say this year 100% of the permits were online, so that was great because you can go back and see how ghosting happens. In other words, they put in an application, and after about the 3rd step, they don't come back, and you got to go find them. It's kind of like you got to seek out why they didn't finish the application. And really to use Citizen Serve for what it was intended to. So the other thing is to identify appropriate locations for higher residential density and mixed-use development. So we will have a new project in the city, which would be my house project that's going to happen. That's going to be a mixed-use development. That's an example of the importance of that. And then our downtown overlay plan is outdated, so we'll have to update that as well, because there are things in that plan that are very outdated, like colors of buildings and things of that sort. So we will have to update that in 2024. The third is just to continue pushing forward with efficiencies and making sure that things are online. When people are looking to invest their money here, whether they're in Montana or they're in Willowa, we want to make sure that they can see where the zones are and what are the requirements in those zones. What can they build? What can they use the land for? We've coordinated with the Matsu Borough to use their platform, their ArcGIS, for our zoning maps, so we don't have to go out there and do that ourselves. We're 90% complete. We have just a couple PUDs that have lines that we haven't figured out how to work with those, but Public Works is helping with us as well. And then we are going to digitize all the planning records, because when people call, they want to know exactly what are the documents associated with the property. Right now, if somebody isn't in the office, I don't even know what their file process is. So that is a big project for us this year. And when you want to buy a piece of property or build on a piece of property, we can give you as-built and all the history of that property without you having to come to City Hall and us faxing them and then sending to. It's quite. So going forward, we will have a full staff of 1 planner, 1 clerk. We're going to move the planning down to Public Works to increase the collaboration, centralize customer service, and start working with them on mapping and some of these other services that people need. We are going to include funding in the budget for marketing, communication, and stakeholder. When we pass a regulation, we've got to communicate to the public what does that mean, and not in code. We have to simplify it. We really need to think about rebranding planning right now. It does not have a good brand in our community. I will be very honest about that. We may have to look at it being more of a development service and working with Public Works. And the other two I talked about, increased communication both internally and externally has been a really measurable outcome. They are off the island, and we are starting to talk to all the departments, whether Scott's going to pave a parking lot at the Menard Center or Bethany's going to paint the museum. Planning is now in those conversations, and so I think that's a really good step forward. Just one other thing I wanted to put in there, we have 450,000 square feet of new construction coming on in 2024. An example of the importance of Title 16 is we had over 220,000 square foot of potential new construction that was being held up because of the mulch that was in a parking island. Our code said they couldn't use brown, we said they had to use white, and it was an 18-month pushback until we came to an agreement, and they're going to cut ground here in the spring. So that is why we have to be consistent and very thoughtful about what we put in Title 16. The other thing is we had 3 short-term applications, of which 2 were appealed. 1 was appealed twice. It's a very contentious conversation around the state. I don't know what that balance is, but we'll have to talk about it when we do Title 16. Any questions?
Is that short-term housing application?
Short-term rentals. I put in H instead of an R, sorry.
Any other questions? Yes.
So, you touched on just very briefly in one of the early slides with the downtown plan. Is that being affected, and when will it happen with respect to the Main Street coupling project?
So our downtown overlay plan will be part of the comp plan, but according to DOT and Eric, what did they say for the couplet? Is it 2 or 3 years behind?
Well, it's at least 2 years behind.
It's at least 2 years behind, and maybe 3.
So it won't be starting construction this year?
Oh, no.
They've had staff turnover, and it just keeps going back. So, something to make note of.
Road West, 30-year project.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, we're almost done. Any other questions? Mine is quick. I'm not going to go through all the details, but one of the things I will just make note of is that economic development is not possible if we don't have all these other things done. People like to have safe roads. They like to have schools. They like to have a library. They like to have a road to drive on. All of that stuff really matters when we tell about how wonderful our city is. So my focus is economic development, and it's really how to be a resilient community with future-ready infrastructure that supports a strong business hub, quality job growth, and unparalleled opportunities to explore the outdoors and raise a family. It's all about how do we keep the jobs here and increase our economic vitality. So looking at revenue diversification, really being pointed on what legislation is going to impact our local economy, look for solutions that are possibilities for these large infrastructure projects, and attracting the high dollar investments to the area, what I would call strategic assets. So we did accomplish some commerce. We completed our SEDS. There was about 100 and 120 participants 2 times. We did summits last year. So it was it was a regional collaboration. We established GWIA, which is the Greater Wasilla Economic Area for Future Development Incentives. We actually practiced that when we were talking to Alaska Housing about financial incentives for large employers moving to this area. Provide the Spring and the Fall Economic Summit, like I said, both over 100 participants. EDA was super happy with the turnout. We have a CRM, which is basically a centralized customer database now that we can get our monthly newsletter publications out to, and economic news. The goal here was really to increase economic activity and look for revenue diversification, and so that's really what the SEDS helped us do, is to help us focus on these strategic assets that can bring us large volumes of jobs, and you can have an economy. Like I said, I'd love to go tell 5 hotels they should move here, but they want flushing toilets, they want showers, and they want swimming pools. And we can't do that right now. So unfortunately, until we have the infrastructure and Eric tells us, yeah, we can flush the toilet, we're going to be, well, we don't have to be friendly to everybody, but Anyway, so these are the three assets we're focusing on: our water expansion, wastewater upgrades. You've heard a lot about that this morning. The airport expansion and commercialization. An example of that is I met with the Matsu Borough about some incentives for some tax holidays on the property tax to bring a very large, sizable commercial carrier to our airport. Since we don't have the runway length they want, the borough is willing to give them a holiday as we build, which is better than Fairbanks and better than Kenai, and it looks like we're going to get that commercial tenant there. So that's an example of how to commercialize, and then bringing power to that side of the airport. We have that donut hole on Clap. We've waited for FEMA for almost 3 years, so you've got to get serious about that. The downtown the railroad depot, we want to go from being a whistle stop to a destination, and so that's a really great piece of property, and it's a recorded brownfield, and so there's money there to revitalize that area. And then identify and research different ways that we can expand our economy. I keep going back, people want the public safety and education, all this other stuff to really have the economic be pretty robust. Also, part of what I work on is to identify and work with our federal, state, local, alongside with the mayor on how we can get legislation in our favor. Example of that is we secured the funding for the water, wastewater. We hosted a lunch and learn for the delegation. We got a call about 30 minutes later saying from the lobbyist that said, hey, the top priority for the delegation in this state this year is going to be our water and wastewater. So that was great to get that confirmation. And then we got the additional REPLs, even though they're not full pour licenses, they are additional wine and liquor license. Just us and Valdez are the only ones in the state that have these 20 additional license, and so that was a great accomplishment. We are also working with the borough to have their policy aligned with the state in transferability of alcohol license, so we can get some more transfers from the borough into here. So really, it's finding those policies that are going to help the whole region. For the state. This interconnect is the first project that we've had all of the entities here in this region actually embrace and use an ARPA funds. Every year we create a marketing brochure with the city priorities, the goals and initiatives, and we meet with the delegation and continue to show them that we're investing in our infrastructure too. We're not just asking them for money. We're investing. We show them how to partner, whether it's with an agency or if it's with another city, like, hey, the borough has ARPA funds, can you help us with that? And then also continue looking for how can we get more funding, say, for the airport, especially for the commercialization. And that there's a lot of federal funds for aviation, but they're not always really friendly to the city-owned and operated ones. The third and fourth goals, I don't know why.
Just as a correction here, you mentioned wine and liquor. The
Yeah.
REPLs are wine and beer.
Wine and beer, you're
not
right.
liquor.
I got my alcohol mixed up.
I like it that way.
I know, okay. I apologize, my third and fourth goal fell off the presentation, so I gave you a handout. And the last three goal is, we've heard a lot today about the automation and digitizing the departments to reduce duplication, centralize information, and make more cost effective. I just want to re-emphasize, this isn't just because we have nothing to do. This is because as we continue to bring bigger clients or bigger investments here to the city, or bigger partners or bigger grantors, they have an expectation of how we deliver our reporting, how we pay our employees. They have a standard for us that's all very digital. And so we've got to be ready. When Google comes or Elon Musk lands at the airport, we have to be ready to take his little security card. So that's what we have to build for. So one of the things that I have been working for is really to get the internal staff here at the city to collaborate about what are the ideas and what's going to work and what's not going to work. Some of the births that have happened is Citizens Serve for planning, NeoGov for HR, IT, HR, and planning. We say we have these enterprise services because everybody wants to hire somebody, they want to pay, they want to have a phone, and so these are these enterprise services that we're building. We also want to thank you for the ERP legislation. That is really important. Instead of just going out there and buying a product, it's really understanding what do we need and why do we need it, so we can bring you the results. We're going to continue looking at models that are mobile. Our website right now, if you've ever went on to if you had your phone and tried to go on our website, is not very mobile friendly, and that's because the package we bought did not include that feature. It was $6,000 or $7,000 to upgrade it, so we'll be looking at redoing our website in 2024 to make it more mobile. And then the other thing is building all of our leaders here, all the directors and supervisors, to go out and show you what they're building and what it's going to cost both today and what it's going to cost long term, and have those leaders go out in the community and tell the story. And the last thing is working with council and working with attending the city council meetings. I go to the borough meetings and the planning commission meetings, airport advisory meetings, and share our information with them about where the city's going, make sure that they've got the newsletter, any kind of legislation that we're working on that we might need a letter of support, sharing stuff on social media, and then using our SEDS to ask our partners like Alaska Railroad, hey, what project in this SEDS would you like to work with us on? And it's been a great bridge builder. So we appreciate you guys supporting our vision on moving the city forward. We don't have all the right answers, but we're seeing great success, and the team is really, I think, probably most aligned I've ever seen it in the time that we've been here.
Questions?
Stu, you have to have a question.
Encouraging, Crystal.
All right, thank you. And that concludes the reports and discussions. So is there a motion to exit committee of the whole?
So moved, Madam Mayor.
Is there a second?
Second that.
It's been moved by Councilmember Johnson and seconded by Councilmember Bealock to exit committee of the whole. Is there objection to the motion? Hearing none, we are now out of the committee of the whole. The time is 3:56.
Madam Mayor, did you want to note for the record, Councilmember Sullivan Leonard did not join
Yes.
us after lunch.
Yes, I forgot that. We are on to audience comments. It's a time for members of the public to share their views with the council. This is not a question and answer period or a time for dialogue. Speakers may be referred to administration, or issues raised may be taken under advisement by the council or administration. Is there anyone present who would like to address the council? Seeing no one, we are closing.
You have a hand.
And yes.
Oh, Dan, I'm sorry.
No problem. Thank you. My name's Dan Fleckenstein.
Can you hit the button on the microphone there, Dan?
Madam Mayor, Council, thank you for all your hard work and dedication to our community. It was mentioned that Wasilla is still the fastest growing community in the state. This is not by accident, but because you are doing a lot of things right. And for that, and for our community, and for that I applaud you and thank you. As president of Mat-Su Softball Association, I want to mention that Mat-Su Softball has been supporting and contributing to several of the mayor's strategic goals for many years. With regard to enhancing the city's image, Mat-Su Softball spends significant time and resources to improve and maintain the quality of Bumpus ball fields. This has resulted in Bumpus Ball Field Complex being known as the premier location for softball in the state of Alaska. With regard to the goal of improving economic resiliency and causing people to come to Wasilla and spend money, Mat-Su Softball hosts several large tournaments each summer, which brings visitors from across the state and generates significant spending within our community. At the Bumpus Softball Complex, Mat-Su Softball has invested in a covered event pavilion, a small children's playground. We've installed covered awnings around the concessions building and paved the main walkway leading into the ballpark. We've also installed turf batters boxes and worked to improve the stormwater drain system. The ball fields and parking lot are much the same as they were when they were built in the mid-1990s, and our local leagues and our large tournaments have grown beyond the capacity, and we need to expand the ballpark to accommodate this growth. Mat-Su Softball would like to work together with the city to build 2 new all-weather turf softball fields that would accommodate leagues, tournaments, as well as provide a venue for the local high school girls fast pitch program so they can host their spring tournaments.
We also need to expand and pave our parking lot. This is not only to accommodate growth, but also to provide for safety. At times of large gatherings at the ball fields, it's difficult not only to park, but where there's concerns that emergency services cannot access the fields in a timely manner to provide safety for people that may be injured. We also need to add accessible bathrooms for players and spectators. Matsu Softball has funds and human resources to assist with this, and we'd be glad to help maintain such bathrooms if they were ever built. We also need to improve our stormwater drainage system, which we're actively working with Public Works at this time, and we have a plan to improve that starting this spring. We really appreciate your support and look forward to an amazing 2024 season, which will be our 41st year of softball in the Matsu Valley. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to address the council at this time? Seeing no one, I will close audience comments and bring it back to the dais. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just remind everybody, next regular meeting, January 22nd. That's all I have.
Okay. Councilmember Graham.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council and staff, and of course our faithful attendees as well. Great presentations today. A lot of thought went into them. You can tell from the questions that were asked and the answers that were given that you were well versed on what was going on in your departments and have that forward-looking idea that we need, you know, not just to get through this budget cycle, but to get through the next 4 to 5 years. So I thank you all for your presentations and look forward to working with you throughout the year. Thanks.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, staff, for your participation and putting together the very good slides. I really appreciated our conversation. And as far as it goes, Madam Mayor and Clerk, I will be in Minnesota next couple of weeks, but I'll call in for the next meeting. Thank you.
Councilmember Rubio.
I'm gonna piggyback on everybody, to all the department heads. Thank you for your dedication to this plan. Looking forward to being part of it, the team, and where our city is headed.
Councilmember Vlock.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I do want to thank administration for all their presentations and hard work that goes into those. So that's it. Thank you.
I want to thank all of the directors, the supervisors, everybody that is part of the team, because that's what it takes to move us forward. And you guys have done an exceptional job, and you continue to do it every day. So thank you so much for making me look good. And I will see you Monday morning. With that, with no further business at hand, I'm adjourning the meeting unless objection is raised. Hearing none, the meeting is adjourned at 4:02 p.m.